Okay, right now, no one. All right. Thanks for driving down this morning, Ogden. Yeah, great. Okay, good morning, everyone. Hope everybody had a restful evening. We have a very maybe chopped up agenda today. Does anybody have anything that, I know we left the meeting yesterday with a lot of things on there to think about. I don't know if anybody had any thoughts from yesterday, if you wanted to start with that, or you want to just maybe that gets us too far into, maybe that takes too long, but maybe we talk about that later. But if anybody had anything quick this morning they wanted to say, if not, we're going to jump right into the agenda. We, like I said, we did move things around a little bit yesterday because we were running later. Real quick, I think, if you don't mind, Senator Hicks, just a quick discussion about the state land and potential, revenue source. Do you want to just talk to us about that? I don't think it's going to take very long, but.
No, so I'll give you, if our last meeting, there was a recommendation. Task Force would make a recommendation to the management council legislature to assign that as a topic to one of the standing committees. And the standing committee that has jurisdiction over state lands is the Ag, Public and State Lands and Water Resources Committee. I talked to the chairman. They said they probably have enough time to be able to work that in. Their next meeting is June 2nd, 3rd, I believe. They said they wouldn't be able to get to it then. They've got 2 more scheduled meetings that if management council went ahead and authorized that, they could probably pick that up at their Riverton meeting later in the summer. And then they have a 3rd meeting scheduled later for the fall. So after talking to them, what we would have to do now is I committed to go ahead and draft in the letter up, and then that would come from the 2 chairs. But I wanted to check with, see if they even had time to take that on. They said they would. Now, they've said it's a pretty big topic when you start talking about the complications of how you go about assessing some level of fees to pay for, the policing and administration of camping and hunting and all this stuff on state lands. But they would be willing to at least start that process. It's probably a 2-year process. So now it has to go to management council. So after talking to them, what I will do is draft that letter up and get it to the chairs, and then they can send it to management council. Myself, Ogden, and Albert are all on management council. I have no idea what with a management council. This is a little bit of an unusual thing. This is for an outside executive branch task force to make a recommendation to the legislative body. So it's just a different animal than anything that I've seen dealt with in the last 12 years. So, but I would turn it over to Ogden and Albert and see if they, what they think. But it will go, there's 10 people on management council made up. And so I don't know what the outcome of that will be, but I'd go ahead and do that. But if Albert or Ogden wanted to add anything, but the chairman did say they had a little bit of time they could work this topic in.
So you're right, that's probably the right committee. The fact is that TRW has anything that comes out of this task force as already on. I mean, this task force is one of their interim topics. So they have the ability to do that regardless. I think also revenue might have a state lands piece in it as well. So,
yeah, you're correct. Revenues are taken up for state lands and some of the last meeting. Land brought up part of the lease, not all of it, but parts of it. I think management council will approve. They're aware of the task force. They've done this through the blockchain task force before. It's not unusual have task force, we did the same thing, have those come out. So I think we're good standing. Management council probably can decide amongst themselves which committee it goes to, depending on what's available. We'll have a little different flavor depending on what committees it goes to.
Yeah, the only thing I don't know is this is an executive branch task force. All the other ones that I'm aware of were legislative. I don't think that's an issue.
Forest health, we did the same thing.
Yeah.
It was managed council issue. And you remember when we moved the line money into the forest health issue. So there's some precedent there.
Well, so that's where we at least, the committee that normally oversees state lands has said they've got it. I don't know whether the TRW does. I don't know what the revenue does. I didn't talk to them. Just assuming that our standing committee that deals with Office of State Lands and Investment is the Joint Ag Committee. So that's who I visit with. But we'll get that letter drafted up. At the end of the day, Management Council will make a decision as to whether to assign it to a committee and what committee that should be. So.
Well, I think the one thing that, was different that happened out of this committee, but we really did, there wasn't a lot of recommendation in that, in what we did. All it was a discussion that didn't sound like this committee wanted to tackle that whole issue, but actually just hand that issue to somebody that's already looking at it. And so it didn't go out for public comment. It didn't do any of those things, that we've done with all of the other stuff. And so, really it was a little different where we were just basically asking that issue be taken up with a different venue. Yeah. So, okay.
So that's the update.
Okay. Appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah.
Larry, do you have any thoughts after you studied it last night about something of reasonable accommodation? Public comment now saves us time, and there's a lot of public comment. But I think we can take this.
So what about this, Pat? How about we kick around some ideas here? Because I think we did that quite a bit yesterday, and I think that there's from some of the discussion I heard that there's probably 3 or 4 or 5 ideas that can be lumped in. And why don't we, because we only have 2 weeks until our next meeting, why don't we let that subcommittee put that recommendation in a letter form, bring it back, let's go over it at that meeting, and then put it out for a whole month of comments. Is that,
Or we could discuss it today, throw our ideas out for public comment, and then not act on it until, I guess it'd be the July meeting.
yeah.
I just want to keep the ball rolling. We had a lot of healthy discussion yesterday. And people wanted to ponder a grand compromise, so let's throw it out there.
Well, I can give you, again, this is the thing, I think that I agree with Rusty, the committee, but we can at least throw a few things out there and, look and see where we're at. It's up to the chairs, what direction you guys want to take.
Well, I think it's really healthy discussion. It's why we're here. It's the biggest issue that, there's a lot of things that are tied together. If we're going to have a grand compromise, the more time we put into that grand compromise right now helps the direction for going forward. So don't you think, Joe?
Mr. Chairman, 2 things. I would like to resolve whether or not we want to get Adam and somebody else on the committee. It'd be nice to have a couple more voices. So if we have a couple people might want to jump on there, that'd be great. But I think we keep the ball rolling too. Let's have some discussion. And then if you want to charge us, either we get to the point today, it goes out to public comment, or charge us to bring back 2 recommendations that then we get vet and review here on the, when are we meeting, the 1st?
We meet this
So the
8th and 9th.
Yeah, so 2 weeks. And then push to get that. So we have something at the July meeting.
Okay. So one of the first things, since I don't know, try not to put you on the spot too much here, but if that allocation changed at all, let's just say 85-15 across the board, deer, antelope, and elk, how do you think that would change your 40%? Would it be better to have that 50% then, 50% outfitter like allocation, that high that high fee part at 50%? I mean,
Funny.
well, so,
It's interesting you bring that up because I noticed in some of the testimony yesterday, there was a lot of that leaned towards, even in those two licenses out to a 50 special, 50 regular. So obviously we would support that. I think you'd find a great deal of support from me and from the housing industry for 85-15 companies.
the other,
If that special license is out there.
the other question I have then is what would if we took the top 5, the hardest to draw 5 in both deer and elk areas, and we made those 90-10, would that, I mean, we know that's not a lot of tags, but would that affect the outfitters if you're still getting 50% of those special, 50% of 10%? You know what I mean? Would that, and then we put a waiting period on that, I mean, I think some of those, I think this is part of the grand compromise that we talk about all of those things. I think for resident hunters having that, that opportunity to, the drawing odds are not going to change with the 90-10 very much, but what they are going to change is when you take 3 years worth of applicants out of that and make them go general. If you put in for one of these areas and you draw that for 3 years, you can't put in for another limited quota area.
Yeah, that's the only way that
That-
waiting period will work.
I think the drawing odds go up then,
Big
for
time.
those.
It's
And
a-
so,
it's a great idea, and I would hope that resident sports would support that, because if you take those individuals out that are trying for those premium areas, the last thing they're going to do is put them in another area where these people are happy. They got 96% draws for this bull tag. They're happy there. That's their place. They put it for it every year. I don't see their odds, just because
right,
this person over here, he wants that area. So I would support that. And then the other thing we're talking about is an interesting concept. And when you run the numbers out, I don't know which exact areas you're talking about, but when the industry would have access to the 40 or whatever 50% special license, that actually would increase our ability to put hunters in those areas, even with fewer non-resident tags. So it's definitely.
About the same thing is if you went no limited quota areas, then you're just shutting them out from any antelope for 3 years.
right.
But if you allow them to do a limited, a second choice, I don't know how that works because I have to think on it. But or it's a leftover or something. But there's a way around that I think there's a workaround to allow them to go into to get an antelope tag if they want an antelope tag.
Well, and I guess this is one of the other things that if we did that timestamp on the first 24 hours of that leftover draw, and it's a resident, then they're going to have that preference in that first 24 hours of the leftover drawing.
I don't understand why it makes a difference. I mean, if you decide there's 5 or 6 areas, whether they have a little deer, elk, whatever, and those are the hard to draw areas, why can't they apply for any other area that we don't designate as hard to draw?
Well, I think because it changes the drawing odds in those other areas.
How many?
I don't know. I
They're
mean,
not all gonna apply for the same area.
I think it could tip the scales to the tune of somewhere between 1,500 to 2,500 individuals. But I would agree with what Lee's saying. I think it's important. It depends on which elk areas you pick. Some of these elk areas have very low quotas that have high draws, but I agree that they should be able to put in for a second choice. If you look at type 4 tags, for example, the full price cow tag, virtually in even our hardest to draw areas, those are 100% draw for rest on first choice. and there's very few of them that aren't 100% draw. You can look at Area 7, for example. And so if you have an individual that draws a bull tag in Area 7 on his first choice, and it was out, and has to wait for 3 or 5 years, you know, and that's his area. Now he has an opportunity to, he should be allowed to draw from type 4.
Back to where I started. Larry, do you have a suggestion for a compromise or a reasonable accommodation? That,
My version of reasonable accommodation, yes.
fire away.
But before we move on, I agree. I think you can just take care of that issue with just letting them on their second choice. And just make sure that the sequence of the draw does that. So you go through their first, you know, choice, they're out. And they select the second choice. So, you know, just as a placeholder, Pat, to get
Well,
this thing.
before you do that, can I just make one suggestion and then placeholder? We're mixing and matching stuff. We have no data. You know, I think the major issue in front of us after yesterday's discussion is, should there be an outfitter set aside draw? What should the allocation be on Deer Elk Command? And then, you know, so I would suggest we separate that from date stamps on antelope applications, set aside periods,
Well-
and maybe, and throw that out there for more public comment, get more data from the department. But let's see if there's some kind of reasonable placeholder we can talk about, and not, whatever we do, we need to keep it simple. So let's see if there's a simple thing we can throw out.
Well, I think just to start the discussion, I mean, what I would say is this: first, I think that the resident sportsmen need to recognize that this task force and the majority of the members of the task force supported 90-10 for the Big Five. I think that was showed a lot of goodwill. I mean, I understand there was a few outfitters that invested that actually probably are taking a little bit of a hit to their business. So I think the resident sportsmen need to acknowledge that. And I think starting from there, that I think getting rid of the cap, which is right off the bat, if we use the proposed formula that Jennifer showed out there, that's going to put 1,000 more non-resident general licenses out there available for outfitters. And so I think you get rid of the cap, then you do an initial draw only. It would be 90% of those licenses go to residents. In exchange for that, we do the 40% outfitter pool that Cy put out there. And that's where I would start, is say, look, get rid of the cap. That's automatically 1,000 non-resident general licenses that are going out there. We also say, let's give them the 40% outfitter pool that they currently have. And then associated with that in the first round only, with a limited quota licenses, it'd be 90% allocation to residents. After that, those licenses tip, those unprescribed licenses tip right into the non-resident pool. So that's the path, that's where I would start.
I might suggest a little bit different starting place. The outfitters have requested all the special licenses.
40%, yeah, all of them. I'm saying that whole 40% pool goes right there.
I think that's a good place to start. I would suggest that allocation on deer, elk, and antelope go to 85-15. No, it's currently 80 on 2 of those. Resident sportsmen have asked for 90, so 85 is a smack in the middle compromise. And I think for the time being, we stay away from this hard to draw issue. To me, that's a separate issue. I think we should work on it and we should think about it.
Yeah,
Maybe
it's
there's a solution, but let's keep this as simple as possible for the time being.
How do you, Mr. Chairman, and also remove the cap?
Cap's gone, 85-15. You'd have to change the statute to authorize a landowner or an outfitter draw only special license.
The other thing I would add to that, and it gets back to is you're gonna have to make some compensatory adjustment to have a known net financial impact. That would be an increase. And what I heard yesterday is that there was no opposition to doing that for those non-resident outfitter set aside pool to compensate for any potential lost revenue. So those license fees would go up for that outfitter pool to compensate for that reduction. And anyway, that would be part of the proposal.
I agree. Bump those licenses to make these revenue neutral to game and fish. I think the other group we need to think about as we go to public comments are landowners not associated with an outfit. So we're throwing a bone to resident sportsmen, we're throwing a bone to the outfitting industry. And we're making this revenue neutral, but if a landowner outfits his own property or charges trespass fees, he's actually losing potential licenses here. So I think we need to be cognizant that other landowners that aren't associated with an outfitter need to know about this and comment. So that's all. That's the only other suggestion.
So, go ahead, Dwayne.
I guess I'm gonna agree with that. That would be the only thing that I would have a problem staying 90-10 on is if the landowners are gonna take it at 90-10, the landowners are gonna take a pretty good hit. At 85-15, they're giving some on the deer and antelope, but it's better for the outfitter.
Mr. Chairman, if we go 85-15, we go along Larry's lines of, first round only, and size the landowner in this landowner outfitter here are they going to be able to pick up, leftovers or, in the second choices? Because are we talking about landowners that might have they've got, no one else can use those licenses anyway? Am I going down the right track, Si?
I was thinking more along the lines that, there's accommodations in the state statutes now that allow them to outfit on the deed ground without necessarily being licensed through the state, which is fine. But there's got to be a way of creating a class of landowner. We've talked about this on numerous occasions, the landowner outfit class.
We've been having discussions on the board about that.
And that would allow them to be easily licensed without meeting all the same rigorous rules that we have to become an outfitter as far as a number of days of experience, that type of stuff. And so that they would be able to access that portal. And because I think it's real important that we tie this to that portal. And so we don't run into what New Mexico's run into with issues that they've run into with people using the sponsorships and to jimmy up their outfitter draw, which is hurt. So I think if there's some way of tying the landowner, and I know we can do it, because we're gonna have to go into the statute. We've already discussed this. So what the definition of guided customer is, so we don't have things messed with in the field. We don't want to have this blow up 2-3 years from now and say, well, yeah, you guys got tags, but somebody from Utah came in and figured out how to jimmy the system to be a license, to sell licenses to people for $1,500 to get them in that draw. We don't want that. So we've got to tighten up those sections anyways.
So let me see if I think I understand what you were suggesting, because I'm not sure.
Okay.
So get to Pat's issue of these landowners. Would they be able to access that outfitter pool? In other words, so if I'm a landowner, large landowner, and that I could actually go in, even though I'm not a licensed outfitter, but I'm a landowner that runs a little bit of trespass hunting or whatever. Would they be able to go in, register under the portal, and then have their hunters participate in that 40% outfitter draw to address that issue of the loss potential for those landowners? Is that what you were saying, or not?
Yes and no. So what I'm saying is there's got to be a way to license those individuals so that they're licensed outfitters and so that they can participate. They're doing it right now I don't think they mess with their draws at all, because right now, their clients are already buying tags and applying for tags. You see what I'm saying? But if it's a licensed situation where there could be a class called a landowner outfitter license on their deed of ground, I think it can be fixed.
Yeah, I don't see that happening where a guy that's running the trespass operation is gonna, because it brings all the other regulatory aspects of the Wyoming Outfitters and Guides or Board of Outfitters. Now they're gonna have to be under all that compliance and, and I just don't see a lot of landowners are gonna wanna do
I
that.
think you're talking about you're talking about somebody that's selling access versus somebody that's providing outfitting services. And I'm talking about somebody that provides outfitting services. An access or a trespass deal, that landowner's not gonna take the time to apply for tags. They're gonna put in their clients are gonna put in their own tags.
So, Mr. Chairman, a lot of those guys too, they're not gonna need to access the outfitter pool license. They have licenses anyway, is what I'm getting at.
What do you mean they have?
There's gonna be a lot of these licenses that no one else can draw because they're on private land anyway. So, I mean, that's why I was asking Cy for some clarification. I mean, I'm a mountain outfitter. I don't know anything about the trespass fee, ranch lease and whatnot, but there are some ranchers, some landowners out there that have access to a pool licenses. They're left over because no one else draws them because the access issues. We do have some landowners, as I'm talking as a state board member, we have some landowners that come in and get licensed just so they can hunt public land that's within their ranch, because if they've got public land in holdings within their ranch, unless they are a licensed outfitter, they cannot take clients there. Some do. I'm sure there's some that do, but we do have landowners who come in and get licenses, and we are having discussion, in-house with the state board about some type of landowner outfitting license. So I don't see it as a big issue. But being able to give them access to it, I think it shouldn't be a major problem.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
So me walking up to Albert and saying, you need to go comply with the Wyoming Outfitter Board, ain't gonna hunt. And if I tried to tell that to Ogden might punch me in the nose.
I did it one time.
Yeah. So please, let's keep this simple. Personally, I think, let's throw it out there. I think a landowner who outfits his own property ought to be able to
Access
dump in the 40% set aside. And that's the simplest thing. But if you start trying to force independent Wyoming ranchers into a regulatory system that they don't currently have to, this whole thing fails. I think Larry's idea of a reasonable accommodation or a grand compromise has to be simple, and we don't need to put problems in there that are going to cause this all to fail. Then we've lost.
I think if the rancher can access that 40%, then you got to decide, is that 40% right? Does it need to be 42? Does it need to be 45? And some of this you may not be able to figure now. The legislation may be, up to a certain percentage. Commission figures that out.
Yeah, I just know right now, and then I do have several guys, and some of them are outfitters. And some of them are just private lands that do a trespass fee, even an outfitter, but still does a trespass fee. If they're not outfitted hunts, they just leased a ranch and then basically they manage the trespass in that scenario. So when these guys draw, they're drawing those higher priced licenses just for the advantage to draw the license, and then they're just turned loose as a trespass. The rancher doesn't want to deal with it, but they're not guided hunts, they're trespass hunts. It's run back through an outfitter, but I also have guys that just run trespass hunts that don't use an outfitter. And I think I agree with Pat. I think the minute that you tell these guys that they're gonna have to go get licensed and regulated under a board, I think is gonna be a little bit problematic. I don't know the extent or the number of those, but I do know at least one in Carbon County that could do that. What you've done is you've eliminated 40% of the license pool that they have access to. If you just say they have to be licensed outfitter to book those tags. And I don't know if it's a big problem or not. I just know one or two examples.
Tony?
Most of them don't have any trouble getting hunters, non-resident hunters, if they get a license, if they allow them to hunt. And I know specifically a couple right up on Box Elder, right above us there, that allow hunters, non-residents and charge a trespass fee. They don't want to get involved. They don't guide, they just turn them loose and hope and they might show them where to go and that sort of thing, but it's not a problem to get hunters because it's so restricted to find a place that if you do allow hunting, the non-residents know where those places are and they will contact those. As soon as they get a license, they're calling the Game and Fish and asking them where can I hunt in Area 7? And they'll point them to these ranches that do that. And then there's also the big ranches who have their own guides and their own guiding plan and program and that sort of thing. But I think you want to make sure you keep those people whole. And if it's 85-15, for the special licenses, hell, that's only 1% different than what it has been. So I don't think you're going to see a big drop off, are you, on non-resident licenses?
I think my concern would be, I think this is what you hear from a lot. The source of revenue for them. And any reduction in deer and antelope is going to be a reduction in their opportunities to have those hunters that they have come year after year.
That's a 5% for deer and antelope.
Yeah.
The elk, to me, 1% is minuscule, but 5% would make a difference.
Well, it's actually for them, it's 25%. They're shooting for a pool of at 20%, and if you reduce that down to 15, that's 25% less people that can.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and maybe that's a justification to go to the 1585 is if you allow those landowners to participate in that outfitted pool. That might be a rationale is to do that, to go with that higher percentage. But I guess initially, if we did that, I think maybe the 85 15 makes a little more sense if you allow those private landowners to participate, get to the issue that Brian talked about, the issue that Tony talked about.
And Mr. Chairman,
Participate in that higher pool, because they still have access to those clients then, right? They're just going to pay a lot more of it. To me, that makes a little more sense for those type of operations, for those large landowners that are doing that.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think I was arguing that they have to come in and be a licensed outfitter. I'm just talking about if and I don't have any problem with allowing those landowners that have been doing it, access to that pool at all. I'm just talking about the semantics of how do we go about doing that? Right now it's easy for the outfitters because we have a portal and there's control that way. And so that's all I'm getting at is we need to come figure out a mechanism for them. But I think we're getting off in the weeds on it. I agree with Pat. Let's come up with something we can agree on and move it forward.
My point is we need to get those folks engaged because we need to hear from them.
Yep. Pete?
Yeah, if you allow landowners to participate in that pool with the just trespass fees, there won't be any tax for anybody. So, they'll be consumed. Regular person trying to get a public land or just be able to hunt public, you won't be able to get a license. Because they all do that. most every rancher either has an outfitter or they do trespass. So, I mean, if you open that up to where a landowner, almost any landowner can participate in that special draw, I don't think you're gonna have near enough licenses. You say?
No, and the thing of it is we're not fencing them out because they have the option to go get licensed. They have the option to get licensed to participate in that pool. Otherwise, if we're going to do this, we're going to have to flip this thing where 60% of them are in that pool and 40% are in the regular pool. DIY apply, but I think for, when you really look at it, there's outfitting, which, and the whole idea of protecting this or helping this industry is the amount of money that's left behind in the state of Wyoming, which is significant. And then there's an access fee, which is significantly less, although it's important to that landowner that gets that $500 per antelope or whatever the case may be. So I think you have to look at it in two different lenses. And I would, as I've thought about it more and more, I think it's important that we put this out to where that 40% special licenses for an outfitter draw, there is a mechanism for somebody to come and get licensed if they choose to, and see where that lands. The landowners, I would say the vast majority of landowners that I'm aware of that are selling access are going through the regular draw anyway. And if you look at that northeast corner, and Jennifer could tell you that she's told us this multiple times, those licenses are not being sold through the special amount hardly at all, virtually all regular tags for antelope. They're not being bought in the special draw. So you're not gonna hurt their ability at all, that whole northeastern corner of the state to access an antelope license.
Yeah, and I agree with that, and I don't think it'll have any impact because they're leftover tags that they're picking up anyway, and they're not paying the special price for them. So whether you included those landowners in there or not, they're not gonna apply for them anyway. They're not gonna have a guy that's come out who's been buying leftover tags for the last 10 years and say, oh, you need to pay double what you have the last couple of years when they're guaranteed a tag anyway.
Yeah, they're gonna draw anyway. And the situation that Tony's talking about in Area 7, those are one-time deals, even if they go through the draw in the regular portal, regular price, and they got 12 points, 13 points, or whatever, they draw that, they pay that landowner a significant amount of money to trespass their bond, he never sees them again. They're one-shot customers.
Well,
Yeah.
for the area 7, we're not talking about a change because that's an outfield. We're talking.
Well, I'm talking about for
86,
the outfit,
14, 85, 50.
Yeah, that's the difference. I was talking strictly elk. I wouldn't.
Yeah, and Pete, I wasn't tracking what you were saying that there wouldn't be enough licenses. I just don't think if you
participate in the outfit program, because one, they don't want to turn that revenue in. So when they have unguided hunters that trespass, or they do guided hunters, they don't want to participate in the outfit or become licensed because they don't want to be subject to reports or the possibility of having to turn that money. And that's just reality.
So, and I understand
Which is
that, but
fine.
how does that affect what I'm trying to figure, how does that affect the drawing? The pool doesn't change over what it is now.
Well, I disagree with that. I think it has the potential, because if you do the flip side of that, and you have guys who do outfit, because there's many landowners that complain that they're hunters, why didn't dry hunters this year? Well, because they were all on the regular side. And once you explain that situation to them, they may very well decide, now I want, if I can get an outfitter license, it's just something from the outfitter board, just a landowner license certificate, now I can be in the portal. I'm speaking the opposite of what I was just saying about some of the landowners. They may very well want to do that, because they can see the potential, and that raises the demand for those number of licenses. It's a whole different ballgame, deer and antelope hunters, as opposed to the elk situation. It's a totally separate, different deal.
So Joe, I know Joe and
Yeah, no, and I agree with that.
Just so,
I just don't see when there's oodles and oodles of leftover licenses.
Well, I hardly any right now.
we're gonna have to deal with two different types of landowners, for sure. The landowner that has an outfitter's license and hunts on state land and BLM and maybe forest, that's one thing. But if, they need a license to hunt on their own deeded land, but if they're hunting on state land or BLM or federal land, they do need a license.
And then they'll have access.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's the two different scenarios that we're dealing with.
Go ahead, Ogden, and then we'll go to side.
Now we're in the outfitter, so we got to pay attention. How about an outfitter light license that's on the ground? Because I'm different, Mr. Judy. I have a license, and you know, the rule book for you guys is incredible. It's there for a reason, and I understand it. But those rules are way different when you're on your own place. Why in the world didn't we have an outfitter license that says this is not good on anything but the ground? But it still qualifies you to get into that pool and do that end of it, because that's really what you're doing. So, like I said, I think it's a bit of a turn. I'm not sure the outfitters can like it, but it really is true, is that those rules were developed for public land hunting, and when you're ground on a ground, it really does protect everybody. So just a thought on that, because I do think there's a good deal when you're outfitting. There's a reason to have a license there to do it. It provides some accountability even on private ground. So just a thought.
Mr. Chairman, one of the positives to taking us out of the regular draw, and we're going to be in the special draw, right? Is it takes us out of using the regular draw in a significant way that we currently do now. So when we outfit in those areas like where Ogden's at Region A, for example, you have 100% draw odds in the regular license with 0 points for deer. You probably won't this year because they cut the tag so significantly, but previous years we did. So there was virtually 0 special licenses sold in Region A. Number of years, and I'm saying virtually none. So now if there's 40% of those deer tags, and we know that that's where we're at over there, we're going to pull a significant number of our applications out of the regular draw and we're going to put them in the special, because that's where we want to be, where we want to maintain it, we want to keep that. Okay, and it's going to play into the antelope in the same way in that northeastern part of the state. We'll dance in the special dance, and then it'll shock you what it does for draw odds. I wish we had the time to really analyze it and bring the outfitter board in here to show us what our outfitter reports say that we're hunting, but it will be significant.
So that being said, are we gonna make where you can't take it out, take it 100 that's out of the general pool then?
The problem with that, Ogden, we've talked about that last night as a group, we can't do that.
I was listening to that.
And we can do it, but why would we do that? It's like, that's one.
Well, why wouldn't we? That's your double dip. We're gonna do it.
Well-
If we're gonna do a pool, we'll do a dedicated pool. Let's talk. Because my concern is exactly what you just said, is you get 40% and then you put it through the general with a whole bunch more.
So
And
what,
now-
what you're saying, you would never be able to take a resident. I mean, that would, I don't know. I mean, what if somebody drew and they broke their leg? I mean, what if somebody drew and just decided they wanted to go with an outfitter, so they wouldn't be able to if they didn't have that special tag? I don't know if that's. Anyway, I don't know.
Well, I think under that scenario, I mean, it doesn't even have to be that dramatic. The reality is you're gonna have outfitted hunters that come out of that 60% regular pool. You can't help that because there's gonna be overprescribed. In these areas, they're still gonna be overprescribed in the outfitted pool. It's gonna happen. And so you got 3 guys that are outfitting in the same unit. One guy's got 3 spots open. Somebody draws a non-resident in a regular pool and calls up, and I guarantee you they're gonna get booked and they're gonna go on an outfitted hunt. And why wouldn't we allow that? That's free choice. They drew under that 60% regular pool, non-outfitter set aside, but that's gonna happen. I don't know how you could stop that.
And why would you, if the guy made an
If he
investment,
wants to,
yeah, he bought health points at $52 a piece for 12 years. And he's gonna use them one time, so he draws. You don't wanna punish that guy for paying the state of Wyoming $52 a year for a health point, so he can spend less money on his health license. He goes in the regular draw, he draws it for half the money that the special is. He's still gonna leave a bunch of money behind in Wyoming, and he fish got health points out of him for 12 years. I don't know why you punish that guy.
Well, how would you punish landowner? You can't get attacked because the guys went to both pools. This is a two-edged sword, folks. is, you know, you're doing the outfit, and I get it, you want your tax, you want the deal. But I'm sitting there with a piece of deed ground, I'm trying to do it, and I can't get 100 because I'm out. And by the way, we used to do that in Black Hill. We had a hard time getting our tax. So you went years and sat there on a place with a lot of game, and you couldn't get a license from. That's part of the frustration on both ends.
Joe,
So it sounds like we've got one option that we can at least move forward with public comment. Get rid of the cap, 40% outfitter draw. At this point, it sounds like it's all over the board on whether unregistered landowners should be in or out of that. And then 85-15 unlimited quote areas. That's
Well, 85-15 only if you include the landowner pool to participate with the outfit.
okay. Fair enough. We can flesh that out. Can I offer up a second one to test it? Probably a little bit more complicated, not as simple, I think, as Pat's recommendation. That could be sort of a second option that maybe addresses some of these issues.
yeah, let's fire away.
Throw it on the table.
Add one more piece. We raised the special license fee to keep this revenue.
Correct.
Oh, and in general, whatever we do here, I think, do we agree that we need to make those adjustments? It seems like there's the elasticity within the demand for non-residents, what they're willing to pay. So I agree with whatever we do here. We're probably gonna have to adjust licenses, and that kind of what you said yesterday, Brian,
Yes.
Yeah.
License fees.
license fees. Okay, so here would be another option. So get rid of the cap. I think, agree there, and I'll need to figure out if we're using Pat's scratch paper calculation, or if there's another calculation that gets that 1,000 general licenses. I don't know that I fully understand that yet, but get rid of the cap. Putting 50%, so instead of having a 60-40 split, put 50% in the outfitter contract pool at the special rate. So that would increase that by 10%. Go 90-10 on all the high demand units. And I just ran some quick analyses. We'd have to figure out where that is. And I'll tell you why I think this makes sense. We'd have to look and see, but at 25% or lower draw odds, that's 35 elk areas, 26 deer areas, or 17 antelope areas. You go down to 15% at 17 elk areas, 22 deer areas, and just 3 antelope areas. And we could even go down to 10 and it's 12 elk, 15 deer, and then 2 antelope. But only go 90-10 on those. And then on everything else, status quo. So everything else is status quo. That means those areas in northeast Wyoming where we probably have lots of trespass fees, nothing really changes there except for the outfitter draw component of it. You're not changing the allocation there to do that. A 3-year waiting period, if you draw a high demand unit, means you cannot apply for another limited entry unit. The only weakness there is what do you do with antelope? But if you do a second choice application on those that have a second choice, you allow those people that are in waiting period to put down a second choice. I think you could address some of those issues. And then whether or not it fits or not, it would be up for the residents, that 24-hour head start on the leftover draw. I don't know if that's critical to be in here or not. So here's why I offer this one up. It's thing. I don't believe moving to 85-15 makes a big shift in draw odds for the residents in these limited entry areas. I just don't think it does a whole lot of anything. I also think that we're going to get a lot of pushback. We're saying, wait a minute, the outfitters came in and said, we want 40%. We give them what they want. Residents said we wanted 90-10, and now you're asking us to take a reduction there. So I don't know that I want to navigate that conversation necessarily, but putting a little bit more in the outfitter pool, keeping the high demand, low demand actually should preserve those landowners that are doing the trespass fee component, because they're essentially not going to see a big shift in the tags available or the drawing process for them. And then if you add that waiting period, I think that's what moves the draw odds in those high demand areas where residents actually get a better shot at it. And then I guess, like I said, I could go either way on the unsubscribed licenses, whether that's in there or not. But that would be a second thing that we could flesh out and then test for public comment.
The reason I like that, Joe, is because I do believe we're going to get pushback on getting rid of the cap, the outfitter, the outfitter set aside. I'm not saying it's not justified, and it doesn't help the certainty of an industry, helps the certainty of small communities across the state, I think is really important. Helps the certainty of that revenue to the state. That being said, gonna get pushback from resident hunters that 85-15 is really only changing what 1% now, right? And 5% in the deer and antelope. So if I think we talked about it yesterday, it sounds funny, but more people are disappointed when somebody draws 2 out of 3 years or 2 years in a row in a hard to draw area than they are if they don't draw for 5 years or 10 years. So the ability to have a better drawing odds at in some of those hard to get areas, I think is a compromise. I mean, I think it is, it does sound complicated, but after listening to the folks from the other states yesterday, I still don't understand what some of those states do, but go ahead, Larry.
So I think we need to address I agree with Pat on this. This hard to draw stuff, we need to deal with that irregardless of whether it's at the status quo. We don't do anything here without fitter set aside. We don't do anything with the ratio. We still need to deal with this issue of hard to draw, irregardless. And so, well, I like the proposal, but I think that's an issue that we should, at this point in time, just say, we're going to deal with that. We need to deal with that. I just don't know at this time whether, I think it starts to clutter it up a little bit.
Adam wants to.
I mean, we can take public comment on it, but to me, we're gonna deal with that issue, and that'll be one of the next things we talk about on this for resident licenses anyway, so I don't know. I'm part of the big discussion there, Rusty, and the reason I think that we need to park this is what's the right percentage for hard to draw?
Question.
And we're gonna spend a whole meeting talking about whether it's 10%, 25%, 40%, 50%. And that adds a lot of complexity into this discussion that doesn't need to be there right now. As far as that 90-10 or 15-85 or including that landlord. I hate to add that complexity into it.
Yeah, and I think the complexity is honestly to let the resident hunter and then maybe do it yourself non-resident hunter who's feels like maybe slighted in these, that we actually are working on their issue. I mean, we are working on getting some more opportunity for them, but probably doesn't matter. We're going to get that response no matter what.
Yeah. So, Mr. Chairman, before Adam, just to Senator Hicks, I don't know how you can't do that, because I mean, honestly, if we go back and I go back and talk to the resident hunters and say, yeah, we're going to give 1% extra on the elk licenses and do an 85-15, your odds really aren't going to change, and then we're going to create an outfitter pool. I don't think your resident hunters are even going to bite on that. It just doesn't go far enough. So if we're not willing to say do the 40% pool and go to 90-10, we've got to do something else. And playing with the numbers here over the last few weeks, your waiting period has got a bigger impact on those hard to draw areas. So I get it. We're going to, like I said, I mean, it's more complicated, but it gets at the issue, and I think kind of addresses. We heard the one gentleman Carson, I think, make comment at the end of the day yesterday, and that's probably what a lot of those residents are after. So I mean, let's write them up and test them, I would say. But if people say nope, the simple one is the way to go, I mean, I can get on board with keeping it really simple, just with the 2 things or the 3 things in the first one. But
Yeah, and so my original proposal was 90-10.
that could be option 3, I guess.
So
The discussion all started around then when you do these landowners. So there's already 2 proposals out there in my mind. So 90-10 and the 40% set aside, get rid of the cap. We still need to address the landowner issue. If you allow the landowners to participate in the outfit pool if they choose, then maybe that's a discussion to go to 85-15. So those are in my mind, that's a bifurcated different process. there's really 2 proposals there. And now with Joe's is there's 3, right?
Adam, go ahead. Yeah, I think so.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for letting me chime in here. I actually really appreciate this conversation because we are making one heck of a goulash right now. We're pulling a whole bunch of ideas that affect a whole bunch of people into one pot and really stirring it. But something that does need to be considered, and this references Joe's hard to draw area instance. I'm going to use 124 as an example. If you were to raise the tags from last year, 25%, going from essentially 30 to 40, and 100% of the draw goes to residents, that's a 0.003% increase in draw odds. 0.003, not 3%, not 0.003%, 0.003%, based on the number of applicants for that area. So when we look at these hard to draw areas, and again, I'm fine with pushing for more resident opportunity there, but we have to be very, very open and honest and realistic with those residents that your draw odds for 124, even at 100 to nothing, do not improve statistically relevant at a statistically relevant rate. They will not improve for 38 for elk. They won't improve for, choose your hard to draw area here by this great matter, because we look at 90-10 and go, oh man, we're getting 5% or 10% more tags. No, not really. Your overall allocation looks that way, but your draw odds for those hard to draw areas mathematically do not match up even remotely close to that. So if we're going down this road, we need to be very good about our educational component to the resident hunter, that sure, we're pushing for 90-10 or we're pushing for 85-15 or whatever allocation we come up with. But just because you want to hunt 128 deer every year, mathematically speaking, your odds are not going to increase, where it's probably even going to be a once in a lifetime tag for most people. And even with the waiting period, like it'll take, well, what was last year's 128 applications, 2,700 for 50 tags. How long does it take to exhaust 2,700 applicants at 50 tags? And that doesn't include landowner, that doesn't include for all these areas. So we've got to be very, very open and honest with the people that we're here to represent, that yes, we can push towards 90-10. If you're a hard pressed 128 guy or a hard pressed 7 or 124, pick your hard to draw area, your draw odds are not going to improve by 10%. So I just wanted to have that conversation surrounding that. I do really like the idea of the waiting period. I don't know where that cutoff is. I think that probably is more impactful. I want to echo Joe's sentiments on that. I think that's actually more impactful than even going 90-10, in my honest opinion. So thank you.
Thanks, Adam.
Mr. Chairman, I've decided after listening to this today, reasonable accommodations are like Todd Stevie sitting in butter. It's really messy. When we're thinking about all this, I'm picturing in my mind a travel recreation and wildlife committee meeting in the House of the Senate on, even the simple proposal is difficult at best. Travel, recreation, and wildlife committee meeting where you combine different percentages for different draw areas because of the drawing odds, waiting periods. Is that 3, 5, 7, 10? Is a hard to draw area 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, and a bunch of different people who are all independent. I mean, I think the chances of that passing the legislature, which some of this will have to, and bumping from what the outfitters even requested, 40 to 50% licenses. Whether ranchers get to participate in the pool or not, that fails. I can't imagine that passing the legislature. So just please keep in mind that what ultimately the commission has to act and the legislature has to act. Keep it as simple as possible.
So Pat, I have a question for you on that. I don't disagree with you at all. My question is, how do we push for three different smaller proposals that are more understandable, knowing that you're gonna get so much pushback on one of them if the other one's not passed. You know what I'm saying? And that's my hang up. You know, I have no problem with all of the things that we're talking here. I think this grand compromise is good for Wyoming. It's good for everybody. If it's tweaked, but the passage of it is so damn difficult right now in parts, because if we pass the first part or we push the first part, it's going to get so much pushback from resident hunters and non-resident do-it-yourself people that it's going to be hard to pass without the other part that's going to be going, and that part's going to be hard to pass because we need this other, you know, I mean, and so I guess I'm curious on what you think about that.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I mean, we cannot solve all the world's problems. Everybody you talk to is passionate about wildlife and they're passionate about hunting. So we will never totally mollify the resident sportsman. We'll never totally mollify the DIY guys. We'll never, you know, everybody, and I was picking on Stevie and Lee this morning. I said, you outfitters ought to be called, yeah, but gimme, gimme, gimme. I mean, every, you know, the resident sportsmen are the same. Yeah, but gimme, gimme, gimme. We'll never solve everybody's problem. But you don't solve anything if you kick out something that's so complicated, it'll never pass the legislature or never get through the commission.
So, yeah. I think Joe's idea is good. I mean, I want to hear from the outfitters what they think, but I don't think it's overly complicated. Some of this stuff doesn't have to be in statute, right? I mean, the 85-15, the 90-10, you know, it's a recommendation out of this group. There's only going to be a couple of things in that are legislative. That's going to be the outfitter draw and the price increase. And I don't know about the 3-year waiting period. Is that
The
what
waiting period, I think, would have to be statutory.
the waiting period, right?
Is it?
With that,
I don't know,
Well, that,
but my guess is because we already do the point system is statutory, the allocation of 60/40 is statutory. I don't know whether it have to be, but it might be.
It's statutory, but I'm thinking on your own envelope for residents. There's no existing point system. The powers and duties for the commission say that the commission has the ability to fix seasons and bag limits. I don't know, I'm on the fence as to whether you have to get the statute changed to do a waiting period for resident deer on animal.
So, yeah, so anyway, the recommendation is going to be this, but what we actually have in a bill is something less than is my. I think you're the subcommittee, whoever's on that, is that yours, Joe, or whoever's, they just flesh this thing out. You know, you got outfitters on there and landowners, I guess, just flesh it out.
So what if we did that? What if we, you know, I think we all know the concepts here, the 3 to 5 things, maybe in 2 different categories or 3 different ways to move forward. But if we had that grand scheme or that grand thing, that then we had to chop it up and say, what's the best way to get this proposal through? Is that a better way to do it?
Yeah, you'd asked the question, and I kind of agree with Albert on this. I think you parse out those issues that are not that hard. I keep coming back to this hard to draw thing. It is a standalone thing, whether it's statutory or whether it's through commission rules. I don't see that's going to be a terribly hard thing to get either passed through the legislature if it's standalone. I just don't see that.
yeah, Mr. Chairman, along those lines, if we attack that first or get that out in the front, then it's back to Pat's point. It's going to make it easier to get some of this other stuff moved forward. If we've already addressed the hard to draw stuff, we're not trying to put that into the package in front of TRW. I agree with him. If we show up with some convoluted mismatch with TRW, it ain't gonna happen, you know.
Let me, I appreciate the conversation, but I do want to pull back on the reins on this. I think that, I mean, let's acknowledge it. This is the gorilla in the room that has been there for a year now. And I really think that whatever the subcommittee wants to be able to work on this, I think that if it's 1, 2, or potentially even 3 proposals, that I think that should come forward in asking for some modeling from the department on what those changes would look like based off last year's numbers. I think that's going to help all of us be able to make a better decision. I think it's going to help us be able to showcase to the public what those changes, if they were implemented, what that would look like. But I think we're like hitting the gas pedal right now on something just to do it. And I know we all want to tackle these issues, but these are monumental changes that we're talking about. And I think we need to be able to see that modeling of what that implication would look like, so we can have that best information in front of us to make the best decision possible.
And I agree with that, and I think you pick one. All right, you're gonna get comment, and and eventually we could tweak any of it, but don't go out with 3 because they're all the same. You know, somebody's gonna say, well, I like this, I don't like that. Pick one. Pick one, we'll put it out eventually for comment, model it, do all that, and then you adjust based upon your comment.
You want to do a straw poll on those 3 things and figure out which one we should flesh out?
So when you talk about that thing, are you adding, the more complex thing together and then we carve it up later do you go out for the whole thing on public comment, or do you
I
chop
like
it up?
Joe's proposal.
Okay.
I still want to hear from the outfit, what they think of all of this, but I like Joe's proposal, you just go out with it. After you guys flesh it out, model it, I like that idea. And then we go out with comment, but we don't do it immediately until we find out more about what it looks like.
Do you think, go ahead.
Well, I'd like to ask Brian a question, because I get into going on this stuff, and then pretty soon I've sent Jennifer 40 emails, and then Greg comes in nicely and says, well, I'm busy right now, so let's not do this, which is his way of slapping me upside the head and saying, quit emailing Jennifer. We have to draw going on. We got all that, that's going to be going on. What's that timeline look like for the staff, Brian? I mean,
I like Albert's idea. If we pick one set of things and we model it, because from that you can infer.
Yeah.
And we do one set, we can pull together, it's not, you're right, we got all the draws going on. We can pull that together like between meetings, not between a 2-week meeting, but we can have something that we can look at in July on it. If we're talking 4 things here. We've already done the work. Jennifer's done a lot of work on the waiting period stuff. And the rest of it's not overly.
So, Mr. Chairman, back to what Josh was saying. So just walking through the timeline, here's what seems to make sense to me. A subcommittee gets back together, comes up with a firm, concrete proposal to the task force at our next meeting
In June.
in June. At that point in time, this group will then say, okay, now we're either going to take it out for public comment or we're not. At that point in time, between that time and the next meeting, hopefully the draws are done, which then gives the department to come back. And so we'll have public comment, we'll have all the modeling data, any of that stuff by 2 meetings out from now. Again, and maybe at that point in time, we want to tweak that proposal based on the latest information. Send that back out for public comment as a final. Is that a time frame that works? So we're talking 3 meetings from now, we're going back out for potentially final public comment.
I think
3
it
meetings
works.
from this one.
I think it has to work. I think if we ram this through in,
I would like to see the modeling be something that can be used when soliciting public comment. I think that tangible item of these are the implicated changes and what they would look like. I think that's a healthy part of that discussion in trying to solicit that feedback from the public, resident or non-resident.
And I don't disagree with that. I'm just trying to figure, so if we do that, given the constraints that the department has, first, we gotta give the department a final model to model, and that's what I'm just saying. We would do that. This committee would say, okay, department, now take this and do this to connect, because right now, we don't have a final proposal.
Right.
Even to bring before this committee.
Right.
So we do that and then send that out. Maybe that's 2 meetings.
Yeah, so maybe then, Larry, to what you're saying is the subcommittee flesh this out by our June meeting,
Yeah,
and then that, from there, give that to the department to
Correct,
model
yes.
that.
correct.
And then in July, then we could look at that and then move forward with public comment.
Correct.
Well, and I think in our June, yeah, well, go ahead.
One modification, so I just talked to Jennifer, her entire 90% of her time until about June 15th is totally dedicated to the draw. And so August is a more reasonable timeframe to have some very specific modeling. However, I think we can study this a little bit and come up with some general points about what these changes would do. They're not gonna have pretty precise data, but it's gonna, for example, let's give you something Adam said. If you talk about those extremes, there's no waiting period in the world that's gonna address that. I think the waiting period, we could say to the public, in general, is gonna address those places with drawing lines between 15 and 40%. You know, it's not gonna deal with the 1% places. We'll never find a system that does that. We can make that statement. We could talk about, in general, you know, what it's gonna mean to have 40% of the licenses set aside for outfitters to go first. We will model it too. We can talk in general. If you wanted to ask for public comment, word's always better before we have the data out there, the actual model. I don't think that's harmful.
Mr. Chairman, let's just be realistic about, I mean, patience is not my virtue.
Really?
August, we get an idea. Maybe July, we get an idea from the subcommittee. We put it out. I mean, we're talking about maybe voting on a final recommendation November, October. So we've spent 18 months carving up the pie.
Well, the other side of that is I think we've spent 10 months not wanting to take this dance.
Yeah, that's all our fault. I mean, shame on us, but I mean, 18 months almost, the lifetime of this task force carving up the pie because everybody, you know, wants to have exact kind of stuff. So, I mean, that frustrates me. That's all, I guess that's all I can say.
Yeah. Well, and I was gonna say, I just pulled up, I don't know if Representative Flintner's on today or not, but I was just looking at it. You got an August 30th and 31st TRW meeting at the MOP. And then you got an October meeting in October. So if you want legislation to come out of here, it seems like something's got to get to them initially by August and then probably something more fleshed out by October, right? I mean, isn't that the
only thing I'd say, and Jamie's on, as you finish, Sean's in here, but one thing to remember is that a recommendation that comes out of this interim is going to be different than a recommendation that would have come out of last interim. And the reason is because the committee is going to change. Between November and January, when the session starts, it will be a new committee. We'll have to be re-educated. There will be some consistency in members that carry over, but heck, the chair, we already know the chairman's.
So to the legislators on the task force, is that a faux pas for a committee that's going to change to advance a committee bill and then have new people come in January? Or, I mean, it seems like we'd rather have the people that are familiar with this working on legislation, and then hopefully we catch up anybody new.
It's not a full part at all, particularly, you know, this happens all the time.
Every 2 years this happens.
You put a good bill together, and then the committee members, there'll be some that stay on, and they'll educate the others. Come on, I suggest we move forward with something. I mean, even if you lose, these deals routinely take 2 or 3 times. I'm gonna tell you, when you start looking, they don't necessarily run the first time, and nobody should be suicidal because they'll get speed up, and just really beat up. These ideas are new for everybody, and as you present them, part of them are gonna catch on fire, and they'll get sanded off and smoothed around, and that's our process. And it's very often go from the community college bills, so they'll be up 3, 4, 5 times. actually get something done.
Senator Hicks is gonna support Wyoming tomorrow, this one.
You trying to get me beat up?
So Joe, okay, so for the next meeting in 2 weeks, the subcommittee will do some work and bring us back a proposal.
So can I ask two clarifiers, I guess, for me? One is, can we spend a few minutes talking about high demand, just, and I can go through those numbers again. And then two, give me some feedback. Do you keep the 24-hour preference for the unsubscribed leftover draw in here, or pull it out and just handle that?
Well, I think it's simple. I mean, I think it's just something that's really simple. It's a timestamp. I mean, I'm speaking for Jennifer. I hope I'm
But what do
not.
we fix? That's what I've been asking.
Well, I think you're fixing the hard to draw antelope folks that are not gonna get put in for anything after they draw for 3 years.
Oh,
See what I
okay,
mean?
all right,
So
you're tying that with the waiting
You're
period.
tying it-
Okay, I
yeah,
thought you
you're
were tying
tying
with just as is leftover tags.
you're tying
Because
it
as
in
is
because-
leftover tags, we're not fixing anything with the waiting period.
Right.
Well, that's.
And-
I mean,
and-
with
and
the-
so that's-
with the
and I think
resident
that what that does then is gives your residents that were in that draw for 3 years and all of those hard to draw areas an opportunity to get one of those leftover tags in the first,
Yeah,
if they
no,
put
I-
in for the first 24
Okay,
hours.
so leave it in.
I think it's one of those fairly simple things that
Right,
It's easy.
Is it simple for us to move to that, a 24-hour head start for residents?
It is a problem to set the drop. It's not impossible, but it is a problem. And that's one of the reasons that all along I've asked the question over and over again. Why doesn't the second, third choice work? And why do we need to even go to all the programming, all the problems that it creates to do a 24-hour head start? What problem are we really solving?
And
think
so,
I'm-
so if we allow for somebody in a waiting period who drew a high demand antelope tag to put in a second choice, not have a first choice and a second choice in the draw, if they do that wise and know what the leftovers are gonna be, then maybe we don't need that head start, because I would
Yeah.
say, I know there's gonna be leftover tags in unit X, I'm putting as my second now.
So just I would say leave that opportunity in there and let the department figure out what the easiest way to do that is.
Well, I got a question on, and Pat needs to get back over here so he can be part of it, but, or you can hear me from here, but so is there any reason at this point in time, we can't move forward on the cap and the regionalization? On having that out? Is
It's a
it
good
that,
point, because that's not going to tier.
and it's not tied to the outfitter draw, it's not tied to the 85-16 or 90-10, unless I'm missing something. That's why I'm throwing it out there. Is there a reason we can't move that forward?
So can we get, and I don't know what the department, I didn't see, did Rick show us? He didn't show us any numbers or anything. If we also have some other areas that were not general that are going to be general on that map. What would it look like if that cap was gone? What would you do for a general region, a non-resident health general region? And what numbers would you use?
I
Those kind
think
of
what the
things.
commission would do, this is what I would propose to the commission is that they establish, they change the regulation to where they allocate by region like we do with deer, and they would shoot for the goal of roughly, so Jennifer's numbers, roughly about 1,000 license increase to general licenses that would be then correspond, that would then align with kind of the notion of 84-16, which is what's in the limited quota part of the allocation. You go up with those numbers Jennifer showed, you go up about 1,000 licenses. That would be 84-16, consider residents, non-resident general. That would be the goal. Now, as far as it's complicated for the commission's not going to do it to themselves to put in real precise sideboards, because it's complicated to do that when you don't know year to year to year how many residents are going to buy general licenses.
Well, how much more information does this task force want to put out that language to go to public comments?
So just my 10 cents is I think you put it all in the same deal and you model, right? Because it's going to affect how the numbers all look in my opinion. I think it's all part of the same thing. You need to put it all together to take a look at it. If you're going to model it.
I think that's the reason why going to a general license in what areas regarding elk is the problem, is the big bugaboo is no one knows. Right now, in the general elk situation, you're participating in a statewide pool. If we start setting up individual areas, there's gonna be there's gonna be winners and losers. There's gonna be areas where we're part of, no matter what that pie is, how many there is, we're gonna say this particular region is gonna have X number of licenses. And when you go through the drawing, it might take you 7 or 8 points now. Where before you're participating in a large general pool, it might only still take 3 or 4. There's some areas that might have more licenses, if we have more elk in those areas, and those draws might not even need a point. And so I think outfitters are sitting back there thinking, well, I don't know how it's going to affect me. I like the idea, but until you actually come up with numbers, I'm not really sure how it's going to. I might be better off the way it was, because I didn't participate in the whole general pool. So I think it's going to be very difficult to come up with those numbers hard as that. It might be something where we go with the numbers that they came up with, that Jennifer and for interim, and see how that works, and then start working on the other numbers. So I think that's what a lot of outfitters are concerned, because they don't know where they're going to fall in. They like the idea, but not until you know how many licenses there is. I mean, that's the way I would say.
And I agree with Pete 110%. And then on the resident side, I look at it and say, look, this is the general license unit I hunt every year. I'd like to know how many more non-residents are going to be in those non-wilderness areas that I'm competing with. And so getting back to the Brian, the request in the department, so you take that last regionalization that Rick showed and give us what, under the scenario of the last 5 that Jennifer put together, it's 1,000 license increase. How are those general licenses then going to be distributed proportionally? What is that number given? So model it based on 2001, 2002 data. And then how many hunters are in there? How are you going to split that pie? Because if I'm an outfitter resident, either one, I want to know what that pie is going to be split for my general license region. Can the department give us that? And it's just the best guess at this point in time, but it's based on historic data with the best guess, not to say that the commission can't change that if we adopted it this year. But again, I would like to see what those numbers look like compared to historical and those 3 units versus what this would do to those based on a quota recommendation by the department.
And I would like the department to do that based on biology, bull to cow ratio, those types of things, not a number that we have to achieve and somehow I lock that out to the state. I mean, if you're gonna do away with that cap and go to biology as to same as we do for deer and antelope and sheep and moose and everything else, then the department has to come up with what we think we need for that region to meet those objectives.
I
And then you total those numbers up, then you'll know what it needs to be. It might be less than it is now, it might be more. I have no idea.
I don't either, and that's the part I'm scared
If we
about.
change the cap and get rid of it and go back to another cap, what have we done? Same damn thing. If we're gonna change it for biology and manage our wildlife like we do other species. You know, one of the things I hear is, well, you can manage it by cow tax. Well, that's fine, and I agree with that. But you know, every other species that we have, when we raise that population, we issue more type 1 tax. So if our deer population goes up in an area, we issue more type 1s. If the antelope goes up in an area, we issue more tax. We do more type 1s. This is the only species we don't do that. We don't do that in general because it's based on the cap. So if we're going to do it, we need to do it the same way we do everything else and come up with those numbers and then see what they are.
Yeah, so,
Well, that's how you make it first.
so Pete, I have a question on that, Brian. If you want that modeled into this thing, I think it's. I think
Well, no, what I would say is that we could look at what those would be approximately based on today's data, but I would not want a recommendation to go to the commission that has all those quotas by area.
Right.
Be a general, we recommend the commission removes the cap and manages them on a regional basis. That would be the recommendation that I would.
But I still think what we keep struggling with is, so if there's not a cap, then at the region level, how do you get to those numbers? I mean, there's got to be a methodology that we're going to look at the biology, we're going to look at demand, we're going to do these things, and then by region, we'll set a cap of what we think the total general elk hunting pressure could be in that area. And then are we applying the 8416 then to that region's cap? I mean, that's the piece that's still fuzzy. That would be really helpful. I'm not saying actually run it and say this is what this region's gonna have, but that's the piece that's still fuzzy. So take a region, how would we get at a specific number? I mean, what would the department do specifically to get at that number for
So
that?
what they would do is just like they do right now with deer. They would start out with, this is the design, this is the commission's objective for this herd. To have this particular buck ratio and this particular number of animals. They would say, this is the information, the biological information that's out there right now. These guys do this all the time. They're very, very good at it. They say, based on last year's success, we're gonna need to issue this many licenses to achieve that objective that we want to achieve, whatever it may be. But, and it could be based on population, or it could be based on bull ratio or buck ratio. And then they're gonna go take that out to all the stakeholders. So landowners are gonna get to weigh in on it. The general sportsmen are gonna get to weigh in on it. Anybody else who wants to is gonna get to weigh in on it. And then the commission's gonna hear a final recommendation, hear more public comment, and make their final decision. That's how it would all roll out.
And then you'd apply the 8416 to figure out how many non-resident general licenses you
Not
would.
in this scenario. We would just do it. They would, in general, use that as a guidepost. Okay, to try to split out between how many of these are we gonna depend on residents to buy as general licenses to help us with this harvest? And how many we need to apply to make enough non-residents to do it? That would be the general guidepost, but is it gonna follow 8416 every single place? There's no way you can do that.
So is it gonna follow the statewide total or not? Because if it's not, then just get rid of the 8416. It doesn't mean anything.
It
And
does
that's
for
gonna be
limited quota.
objectionable to the residents.
It does for limited quota, and then it also provides, like I said, a kind of a guidepost. It's the commission arguing with itself though, because the commission sets the 8416 anyway. And so, you know, if the commission says this is in general what we're trying to do, that is gonna be the same guideline that the department's gonna follow when they determine what that overall harvest needs to be, and they determine what the quota ought to be for non-residents, for non-resident general regions. That 8416 is gonna be the guidelines. I mean, that's what we're gonna use. I just want to keep caveating this because it is not the same in every single region. If we go over into eastern Wyoming, in Iron Mountain, that Pat likes to talk about a lot, it's gonna be more than 16% of the general licenses to non-residents because they're the ones that have access, and that's the only way we're gonna be able to achieve the harvest. But it may be less than 16% in other parts of the state where that's not the case.
But
So you can get the same harvest.
So-
And you have that in deer areas
We
now.
do right now, right?
And G and H are.
And then that's
are
just
less
a
than
conversation
20%.
between the department and the commission, then so take Iron Mountain and say, hey, we want to kill 10,000 elk out of there. It's, predominantly outfitted, predominantly private within there. We know, then what do we say? Last year we think this many resident hunters were in there. So you would just make a proposal and say, we think that you can give of those 10,000, you can give 5,000 in non-resident general licenses.
Exactly.
And you just do that, and then that's just a conversation with the commission. They take feedback and ultimately set that as part of the.
And with, really importantly, with the landowners in that scenario, with the landowners, to know how much access you're gonna have. And then a lot of times, like with deer, it's kind of, there's a little bit of trial and error to it. Well, last year, we had way too many hunters. People didn't have a place to go. There needs to be less, we'll hear that feedback, or I'm tired of answering the phone. Or on the contrary, landowners are saying, hey, we'll get you some more harvest, but we want to have more non-residents. And so we issue more licenses to non-residents. I mean, those are things that happen through that whole entire public process.
Comment from the landowners and the public.
Yes.
And
Mr. Chairman. So Brian, a question on that. So, and I think it would be helpful to alleviate some of the concerns associated with that. So what's the range of deviation that you currently do with deer around the state? So what's the high and what's the low? And would you expect that range of deviation to be similar for elk? And so do we have areas right now that are going 75%? So the guidepost is kind of 80-20 for deer. Do we got places that were 30%? non-resident, 40%. So what's the maximum deviation that you currently are using per deer?
I don't know the answer, but I can get that answer.
Because they're already on a regional basis.
Right.
So what is it in G and H?
But yeah, 400 and 600 is the cap on non-residents, which is well below the 20%.
Yeah, that's why I said I want the high and the low.
Yeah.
Right?
I think she was saying that.
And then the high is gonna be like region B. Or maybe even region A. No, it won't be region A because there's a lot of residents.
Region C.
C and D will be probably in that 40% range, I guess. You're right, though. So in G and H, we're issuing 400 now. We were at 2,000 at one point in time, we're down to 400.
So what's the percentage? Somebody can tell me the percentage.
Well, it's a general license for residents, so it's a piece of data that's missing for that variable to be figured. But
No, 'cause
roughly,
you know how many general licenses you sell, but you don't know how many hunt that area.
You know, we got survey data that gives you an estimate.
Yeah, that's how they estimate that. How many
but
non-residents.
they estimate between the both based off what surveys were done last year, about 5,700 resident
Let's-
hunters.
Let's take a quick break. Let's get people getting
Probably
up
about
and
92.
moving around.
Yeah.
Let's take a quick break. We'll come back and. Okay, so we have to clear up a few things, just so we're gonna put we've gone out to public comment already. And we can go by, I'd ask everybody to go back and review that if you need to. The regionalization of elk licenses for non-residents and the 7250. I think you want, for next meeting, I'd ask everybody to review those comments if you need to do that. We're gonna put that on the agenda to move, to talk about and move something forward at the next meeting. And then there's still a process, to go with that. If we get down the line further, that doesn't have to be implemented by the department right away. They have obviously the authority to do that or not do it. And what we can do is bring that forward to them. So Joe's not here. Joe had a couple other questions that he needed maybe some more specifics on. Go ahead, Keith.
I just wanted to bring up something. When we talk about these complex issues that have multiple parts, some of it's legislative, some of it's commission, that type of thing. We have to keep that in mind because what comes first, the chicken or the egg?
Yeah.
So we have to try to plan on how we're going to accomplish these goals, because if you say we do something for the commission and we do it right away, and the legislature doesn't pass another piece of this puzzle, how's that going to play out?
So I think that,
So we have to keep that in mind as the strategy on how we're going to try to get these things done. Because it's two different situations.
I think it actually goes to some of what Ogden said about, some things take longer to get done in legislature and you have to fine tune them. And I think this grand concept, I think one has to be hindering on or dependent on the other. If one goes to the department, you say, well, our recommendation is that this doesn't get implemented until this part gets through the statute and it comes back to you.
I don't know how it's going to work.
I don't
think
know.
We have to keep that in mind.
Yeah, I think it's going to be on everybody's minds.
So if
because-
we make, Mr. Chairman, if we make a recommendation, that's the broad recommendation.
Yeah.
And then the department will fill that in as the legislative pieces. And I think that's all you can do. The legislative piece is filled in.
Yeah.
And the department
Then you have to
doesn't
wait.
go forward with the piece that's there. It's
Yeah.
there.
I'm just gonna throw one more ingredient into the goulash that Adam mentioned. We have, it's like a Geico commercial. We have an elk problem. So I think the non-resident general licenses, and this would be a commission action, should have be issued without regard to the 8416 or wherever we land, 8515. If the department needs to kill a bunch of elk in eastern Wyoming, they could issue a bunch more non-resident licenses, outfitters and ranchers who are providing access could solve their problem. So it's an important management tool that I think is pretty critical for us to think about. Maybe have 85-15 and all the limited quotas, maybe it's 20-80, I don't,
Up to.
debate that, but we need to give the department that management tool to issue as many non-resident general elk licenses in some places in the state as they need to, whether it complies statewide with 8416 or complies 8416 in that region. They need that tool.
I thought you already had that, Brian. You said there would be more, it would be different than 84, 16. In like in their higher above.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way it would be implemented. And the thing that I keep going back to is, just remember, we're trying to issue, after a lot of study, a recommendation to the commission that they have the ability to take action on today if they want to, without anything coming from this task force. So we're trying to just guide that a little bit. And the other thing I'd say, and this supports what Pat's saying, is I think that while a change to the cap and the regionalization has a bearing and influences or has an effect on what the model looks like for these other changes we're talking about, it doesn't necessarily, it still stands on its own. It has an effect, but it stands on its own. It would still be a good idea, in my opinion, even if all that other stuff never passed. It's the right policy. We talked about it at length, arbitrary capricious. It's not based on science. And so I think it's important for everybody to remember that. The commission may listen to this argument and the public testimony and decide to do it, even if the task force said don't do it.
So you need that piece from us.
I think it's helpful.
It's helpful to you guys.
I think it's very helpful.
But Mr. Chairman, what I'm trying to distinguish is, at the end of the day, if the department has to issue 5,000 elk, non-resident general elk licenses to control the elk problem, at the end of the day, the entire state doesn't need to balance out 86-14 or 80-20 or 85-15. We should give that discretion to the department to biologically manage the exponential increase we have in elk numbers in places in the state. I think that's a little different than what Larry's saying, but I don't know.
So, yeah, go ahead.
Just a quick question. So I agree with Pat on that, and I think, and that's what I think you're getting through my thick head here, Brian, that we want to give you and the commission that flexibility. The only hesitation I keep thinking, and I don't know if it matters, is the more the appeal comes through a non-resident general tag for a landowner, I just wonder, is that just going to close the doors even more for resident property? So I'm thinking of my friend Dave Barry out on Iron Mountain, and the more non-resident general tags he's got, the less likely he's going to even be to open that door to a resident. I don't know if that's realistic or if it's a concern, if there's anything we can even do about it. That, you know, that I suppose that's the same concern with some of the transferable stuff, but
I think that you highlight a great point, and you're giving the reaction you have to this is reflective of what the commission deals with now and has forever, and that's why it hasn't changed, because they've received a lot of public comment on both sides of this and just decided to leave it the way it is for a reason. And so, you know, going down this path of all of a sudden the commission making this hard turn because this recommendation came to them to go down a road where they would just issue thousands and thousands of more licenses than they ever have to non-residents. They're going to hear from the same people we've been hearing from, and they're, you know, based on the past track record, they're not going to be inclined to go that way. They're going to try to do it, you know, similar to how they.
but regardless, we need to kill those elk. The elk are growing, and obviously it's not resident hunters that are reducing them. So I
We
mean,
brought this up about 4 years ago, and the commission voted it down.
On a tie vote.
Who broke the tie? Do you remember?
I profess my ignorance, just like my motion.
Oh, good.
It's like the more you learn, think things are new, the less they're new.
So I think we're written, it's what happens to all our problems, is it needs dealt with, and part of it means the answers aren't gonna be exactly what somebody wants, but, you know, the elk problem continues to grow, and frustration grows. It's part of the very first meeting we had here, I had a conversation back in the room where this very thing is we're to a knuckles against the residents want on, but they want on for nothing. And they don't want anything, and I hate to do this with polarized things, but the truth is, residents can get on it in instances and how it happens. It's got to be dealt with. You're going to continue to grow these sanctuary places that guys have. And at some point you have to say, look, if we can't find a way to do it, someone's got to deal with the issue, because we all lose in the end on these bird places that happens. I think it is time to give the commission a nudge to say, look, in certain instances, if you're in overpopulation, you have find a way to deal with it. And that may be residents and maybe non-residents, but find a way to deal with it, because if not, the residents get hurt in the end, you're going to pay damage. You're going to have all kinds of damage and all kinds of problems. And, you know, the part of it goes around license tax is if someone will take most guys that have overpopulation problems are willing for residents to be on the place to go. It's where the willingness comes. And, you know, we did that, and I think Game and Fish found out how difficult it was to do. Someone has to guide every one of those, just like a pay and hunter, in order to keep them from driving on the fields, shooting things up and tearing stuff up. I hate to say that, it's 1 or 2% of the guys. Those 2% destroy it for the guys that do it. And we've got to find, that's part of what this task force needs to do, is find out where we can grow game and how we control numbers in areas that we can't. So, you know, that's my 2 cents, and it's one of the issues we're going to do that's going to make people angry. But you don't win by saying we're just going to keep doing what we've been doing. The other problems are guaranteed. Areas in the Black Hills never would have dreamt of no problem 30 years ago. You said they're not going to be there. It's not on my book. I deal with whitetail deer, but I got elk across me almost monthly now on my stuff. And it's only a matter of time until they're sick and say, and I tell you, I'm going to be one screen. We're not interested in that population on higher.
And if there's one thing that we can do for mule deer, this is it. If there is an action item that can be for the benefit of mule deer, this is it. That can be a tangible, quantifiable measure. This is it.
Do we make a recommendation that's simple, like just give the, you know, we recommend that the commission, you know, have flexibility in the number of licenses, resident or non-resident, for, you know, hard or areas that like Iron Mountain? Or do you sit down and say, well, you know, we need to visit, which you may anyway visit with the Wyoming stock growers or those landowners and get their feedback and see if you can negotiate maybe some resident licenses, increase resident licenses along with increases in non-residents licenses, so that the residents feel at least they have a chance to do their part or to help out or go to cow-calf licenses for both resident and non-resident, whatever, you know, leave it up to you guys, but recommend on our behalf that, you know, you have the flexibility that we think that's really important to try to solve that problem.
I think to answer your question, Tony, I think that some details is good, like specifically saying this task force study this, we recommend you remove the 7250 cap for these reasons. We recommend that you manage elk like you do non-resident deer regions. And then I think there's nothing wrong with this. It's going to be a record, you know, it's going to be created. There's nothing wrong with saying, here are some of the key things we heard when we studied this thing. And it definitely became apparent that managing elk is really important in the interest of managing elk populations, but also the name of mule deer. But also we heard from a lot of resident sportsmen, and it's important that we continue to give advantage to resident sportsmen in how we allocate licenses. And I don't think you want to get real detailed, but I think the task force can make those kind of statements that the commission's going to listen.
So I got a question for Joe. So if, you know, this is whether you pull it out or you leave it in the bucket. Is it easier to sell get rid of the cap if it is coupled with the rest of what your suggestion the 90-10 in high demand areas. I mean, if you couple that all together, does that help bring the sports together with the resident?
That's a good question, Mr. Chairman, Representative Summers. I don't know. I was mentioning to Lee, I think the big connection here is just really outside of Game and Fish being able to manage these herds a little bit differently by not having those handcuffs or those, sidebars on them, like the cap with it. The big connection is it actually provides some certainty for outfitters. I mean, whether it's good or bad or different to Pete's comment, some areas will go up, but if you have a regional look, then when you're working with clients, you have a better indication of how many points they're going to need to draw that general tag in the region, especially if those tag numbers go up, I think in a private piece. So there is a connection there, but it may be cleaner just to pull this piece out actually and just deal with it separately if people can get there.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
So to move something with great trepidation, because where you beat me about the head and neck again. I mean, that so we get something done maybe at the next meeting, that we recommend to the Game and Fish Commission, they do away with the 7250 cap and they look at regionalizing health licenses. In making that motion, I fully recognize there's a bunch of other things to think about, that we've discussed today. Hard to draw areas, the allocation ultimately between residents and non-residents on health licenses, but the 7250 cap, and I voted for it. I broke the tie. It's not biologically based. It's a hangover from 1980. When we were trying to protect our elk to be hunted by resident hunters. Our elk populations have tripled. I mean, it just makes no sense. Let's get that out of the way, and then maybe that clears up some real discussion on the more hard issues. So that'd be my motion.
That's a motion, okay. I'll
Mr.
second it.
Chairman,
Second,
I would like to amend the motion.
Of course. Okay.
So the
Let me
amendment,
win just once.
so, on the arbitrary and capricious, biologically, that might be true. But game management is also about the social sciences. And that's the other side of the reality. And then you got to interject the political science associated with it. If you ignore those, you're going to get the crap beat out of you. That's the facts. So biologically, it may be arbitrary and capricious. But the social science side of it, the political science side of it. So to amend this motion, for me to be able to support removing the cap, what I have to have is some guarantee that in these predominantly public land units, it gets back to the range of what we currently do, cannot exceed the current 1684 allocation. And I need that assurances for those resident hunters that otherwise are going to have a meltdown over 7250 removing the cap. If it's 80-20, the opposite, in area 6 and area 7 over there, I don't think most of the resident hunters are going to care because they have no access to that anyway. When we get to these predominant public land units, they don't, it's the same thing with region GNH, exactly what you described with the deer units in Western Wyoming. The reason that they're below that 20% is because that's driven by resident sentiment. So to amend the motion would be to remove the cap, and that in those predominantly public land units, that the commission stays within that 60/84 distribution of license allocation.
Why wouldn't you?
What they do, what's that?
Why wouldn't you do 85-15 to be consistent with?
Because we're not there yet. We don't
What if
have,
you just said no last then,
well, not to exceed,
or not to exceed?
not to
Well, yeah.
exceed 16% non-resident tags in those units, in those regional units. 84, that's not to exceed. It still allows the department to remove that cap and do that stuff. But
I don't think you need that, because it's to your point, you already said they're doing it.
Game and Fish is listening to the resident hunter in G, and they've pulled it down. They didn't have to be told to pull it down. They've gone ahead and pulled it down. I don't know that I think to Joe's point, Joe said it earlier to me, is if he sees all these extra resident or non-resident general licenses that could come into his area, come season setting meetings, he's gonna be there beating on the table, and that's what's happening. It's already being done is what I'm saying. I don't know if it's necessary.
Well, and I agree with that, with the exception, this is 1,000 increase upwards. If we look at Jennifer's modeling stuff, it's 1,000 increase in those non-resident general elk, and those guys want to know where they're going. And quite frankly, and we've had this discussion before, it's just a trust issue. And it's like, if it's not going to have any effect, then what's the negative side of putting it in there?
Convoluted.
Side.
Anyway,
Well, I'll speak against Larry's motion because there's definitely areas where that formula is going to be way upside down, and that North Jackson area is that area. So when you talk about the thoroughfare, there's 176 non-residents in the thoroughfare in 2020, and there's 49 residents. How do you adjust that? And that North Jackson will be a region.
And it's
So
all
you
public
can't-
land.
You can't follow that formula. You have to put hunters where they need to go. And we deal with it in the deer world right now. We deal with it in the deer world. We have the option to go talk to the department about quotas and go up and down with the regional quotas, that kind of stuff. And I think tying their hands together on this is not smart. And I just think it's unnecessary. So I speak against the amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
Pat?
Larry, I'm going to reject your amendment. I guess if I were in the legislature, I'd call it a point of order, but
Unfriendly.
it's an unfriendly amendment. And Larry,
so we're not done with discussion.
no, we're having, this is discussion, but I'm the one that made the motion, so I get to control that, I think, but.
The chairs get to actually.
Yeah, I was gonna say those guys did.
Here's my point. Larry, putting that on is just another fence that makes no biological sense. If the Game and Fish decides that they need to kill an extra 1,000 elk in the Red Desert where they're destroying an existing mule deer herd, and that's predominantly public land, why would we build another non-biological fence into the removal of a crazy calf? And the 8416 itself was a compromise to give more of those tags to residents, which I understand. But it was when we had no elk or very few elk. So that's why I oppose your request to amend my motion, because it's just another non-biological fence. Let's let the experts do what they do.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna see, maybe try a middle of the road friendly amendment for feedback. So everything you said, I would agree with Pat, the motion as it is. I just wonder if we could add that we would encourage or strongly encourage the commission to adopt a process that uses the criteria of herd objectives, access, and resident hunting pressure experience when making the determinations in the region. I understand that, but to be able to go out and talk to the public hunters and say that was the position of the task force to do that. And it's always there then underlying our recommendation that it was crystal clear. Those are the things we want to see considered so that if something goes awry.
I would accept Joe's friendly amendment.
Of course. So
So, Mr. Chairman, just a point of clarification back on SciSci, you're talking about a unit. That's not a region.
It will be.
but it would be a reason.
60 is not a region all upon its own. It was rolled in with numerous other areas under that proposal. In fact, I believe it was 55, 56, 59, and 60. And so that's all the North Fork, the South Fork, and all the thoroughfares. So even under that criteria, I think there's more than adequate room to adjust those issues within that regional quota to still stay within relatively close to that 16%. But anyway, apparently we haven't voted on my motion and there's already been a motion, so I guess we're off of that anyway. But again, let's compare apples and oranges, picking one unit out of a region and saying that's gonna drive that without the data to support it. It's
That
just,
is data.
what's that?
49 resident hunters is data. That's what was there in 2020 in the thorough. 49 resident hunters, that's hard fact.
I don't argue that. 60 is one unit within the region. You add all those regions up and then tell me what that number.
I think.
There you go.
I think I gave you a really good example. It's not my number, it's Dave Bishop's.
But it's those units combined, Larry. Look at the.
So
top. It's those units
okay,
combined that
so-
you just talked about.
Was this the real
Just to
deal?
go out for public comment.
It's already been
It's already
out.
been out.
So
Okay, so
No, general, 55 is not
Makes a
just,
recommendation.
it's limited quota. Oh, yeah, okay. That
Under our rules, we
2013.
have to give 30 days notice we're about to take some action. So that's my motion. As amended by Joe, that come June.
Did you accept this, the amendment?
or
So-
maybe we need to do July to strictly follow our.
well, I think actually this has been out for public comment for, this has already been 3-4 months ago. And
At our
there's,
next meeting, the task force will have a final vote with
Okay.
regard to removal of the 7250 cap and regionalization of elk licenses, taking into effect the considerations that the department already uses and expressed by Joe in setting those regional non-resident elk numbers.
I hate to ask for any further discussion, but any further discussion?
No.
Okay, question, all right. The motion on the, you heard it, the cap and all the other implementations. So anybody, all in favor, raise your hand. Okay, so we have,
Jamie online, raising hand, Elise online, raising hand.
everybody online?
No, Adam is not raising.
So 2, so 13, 4.
Elise, Mr. Chairman, Elise also was a yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Thanks,
Okay,
Jamie.
so 13-3.
So, Mr. Chairman, if it weren't, if
Pass.
it wouldn't look like Todd Stevie sitting in butter, I would do my Billy White Shoes Johnson dance right now.
Thank you.
So,
We actually haven't passed anything.
yeah, this is just going to the next meeting. But I will ask everybody to go back and read the public comments that were out. You know, we had a lot of those early. And so in preparation for that and then we'll also give Rick and the department a little bit of time if there's any clarity that anybody needs on that map that was up yesterday and maybe there's some other information they can pull for us
Mr. Chairman,
and how that goes. So go ahead.
just a quick question. Maybe we'll put Pete on the spot in his role on the commission. So give us some sense of assurance, to Senator Hicks' comment with this flexibility that you have. Give us some assurance that the commission will fully look at and really examine and set non-resident allocations. And
100%.
yeah, okay. Appreciate that.
I just want to explain my vote. I still am, like you said, when I go down a trail, I don't fear from. And I think it's I agree with it, but I think it needs to be part of the bigger plan, how we solve all this. We start parsing these out one at a time. I'm telling you, this thing dies.
So the other thing we can do, I don't know that this actual elk part of it dies because it goes to the commission and they can take care of it right away. But we could put in the caveat in 2 weeks when we actually move this forward. We can put in the caveat that the department doesn't take it up until we bring the other things forward. I mean, that's a pretty easy one to put in there. I think, I'm okay with whatever language we want to do on that, but, so
And I get
good
it's a
point.
separate issue.
point.
It's the right thing to do, but I think there is a social piece of this that we have to address, if we want to have set asides, if we want to satisfy resident hunters, we've got to get all of this stuff together so people can understand we're trying to create a grand bargain.
And on that note, thank you, Representative Summers. Joe, we need to clarify any of the other things that you need to move something forward.
The only piece that I would appreciate some feedback or conversation on, because I do think it's important for us to do this, is just how do you want to differentiate high demand versus standard demand limited entry areas? As I said, I mean, I can give you the numbers just on the areas, but 25%, 20%, 15%, 10%. I mean, I know some of that is arbitrary, but there is a bigger jump than when you get above 25%. You start pulling in 40s, 50s.
So I think that goes to the comment that we're gonna get, and hopefully the education piece that Adam was talking about is that really there's nothing that we can do for a truly hard to draw area, which is probably under 10%. There's probably nothing we're going to do to make those drawing odds so much better that it's still going to be a really hard to draw area. So do we increase that to 25% where you're actually a 3-year waiting period? Maybe actually does give somebody an opportunity to draw that every 3rd year. I don't know. I mean, I'm open. You're the.
Well, can I ask a social
Go ahead.
question? I'm thinking of the folks in this room, and is Unit 7 a high demand area?
20%.
Oh, don't say it. I just want to know, is it high demand?
Yes.
Yes,
24% is what it was, I think.
last year.
Yeah. So
I say yes.
So 25%
So-
below
so-
seems to make sense, because when we get up to the 30s and 40s,
Yeah.
people are like, yeah.
So does anybody have a problem with the 25% being the cutoff for a 3-year, 3 or 5 year average on that? Go ahead.
So again, I come back to Pat's thing, keep it a little bit more simple. And so you got hard, average, and easy. There's 3, right? Just break them out and say if it's 30% or 33% is hard to draw, 3-year weighting average. I just do the 3, 3, and 3, 30%. 3-year weighting average. That's just my thoughts. There's no more magic there, but
Yeah, that's,
it divides it up equally into 3 categories.
so you would want to go to 33% or 30% or
Round it
something.
to
35%. You get 41, 40%, 42. You just don't start adding a whole lot until I think you get about 50% odds. Even at 50%, it just adds 45 units.
At the end of the day, I mean, you draw every 2 years or, you got a 50% chance. That's pretty good odds. So I don't know if you need to wait 3 years, 50.
I think just going to 30%
So,
then.
Mr. Chairman, and maybe the way my brain works, it seems simple, but I might be causing all kinds of issues. And I talked to Jennifer a little bit about it, but what happens if you have drawn a type 1 license and you are not allowed to put in for a type 1 license for 3 years as a first choice? Will that self-regulate but if there's type 1s left over available in a second choice, you can draw it. And then that's why I'm throwing it out there for everyone else to roll it around. Is it a stupid idea? Is there merit to it? Because if those hard to draw areas continue to be hard to draw, they're going to be all gone in the first choice drawing. If they're not hard to draw, they're going to be available in the second choice drawing.
Yeah, but I don't know, because we have some units, even like, what did we say, on unit 45 up there on that side, there's some units that are, I think, above 60%. And I think there's hunters that will say, if I have to risk not being able to draw in that area for 3 years, I'm just going to go into that area. And I think if they're that high, if there's some that are over that, why not allow them just do it every year?
But what I guess I'm saying is maybe I didn't say, you have to stay out for 3 years. Any type 1 that you draw, you can't put in for another type 1 first choice for 3 years.
Just the hard to draw one.
just the hard to draw.
Yeah,
So, well, you've already made it. If it's hard to draw, it's not going to be available as a first choice.
If you've already had it.
If you've had one.
I agree with you. You just, if you put a
But
second.
I guess what I'm trying to get away from is having to determine every year, what is a hard to draw area? Because you're gonna start changing, and I'm not saying this is, I'm married to this, I want everyone to think about it, is are we gonna start creating more hard to draw areas? Because you start flopping over, even with a 3-year waiting period.
I think that's why the conversation was that they would have to potentially just go general for 3 years.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, and the only issue was antelope, right? Antelope doesn't have anything.
And that, there you go, you
And so that's
allow
why
them
you
on a
go-
second
That's where the
choice.
second
And
choice.
so I actually think that has a lot of merit. You don't get to put in, if you draw one of those, you don't get to put in for 3 years for anything except for general. You can get a general elk or general deer tag
As a first choice.
as a first choice, or you can get.
Would this apply to landowners as well?
Well, they get a landowner tag, no.
They allow them for a second choice.
So antelope hunting,
Yeah, but there's a lot of areas right now, you can't get a second choice, you can get first choice.
Well, there would have to be, granted, there'd have to be some changes.
That guy can't put in every year, no animal farm?
There'd have to be some changes in to allow them to do a second choice.
I mean, I agree with what you said, that it only applies to hard to draw areas.
Right.
But that I don't have a problem with, but when you start limiting guys, I mean, there's guys that come out in Wyoming every year. to
Mhm.
go get areas,
So I think what-
or something like that. If you say they can't have a type 1 tag for another 3 years,
As a first choice.
But how do you get a second choice if you don't have a first time? So my
IT can handle it.
Let's let Joe.
We'll let-
Not say that.
okay, so Adam, go ahead.
I feel like there's some. Sorry, can you hear me better now? I feel like this waiting period thing has some merit to it, but I kind of agree with what Pete was saying. Like, at what point in time is there a cutoff for that without having a bunch of people go, 124, I can only draw once every 5 years, even with a 3-year waiting period. I'm not putting in for that anymore, and I'll go to the neighboring area that has an 80% draw. Lee, I think you were referencing this also. That turns that 80% draw area into a 50% draw area. I do think there is some merit to that transition taking place. Now, maybe that all comes out in the wash with all of this, and we end up seeing some of these areas that are sub 33% gaining some draw odds because of that, because people don't want to take years off. I mean, I'm going to expose my license application approach right here, but I've never not drawn an elk tag. I also don't put in for elk tags that are under 75% draw rates. Is that now going to affect that approach to drawing elk or to deer or to whatever the case may be? So I agree it needs to be fleshed out a little bit, but to just go, 33% and under, you're done for 3 years. The other 66.9% of you enjoy the spillover, because I do think there will be choices that people make to not put in for those hard to draw areas that then make other areas more difficult to draw. That whether or not that comes to fruition, as with a lot of what we're discussing, is yet to be seen. But I do think it's something we need to consider before we totally dive down this rabbit hole. Thank you.
So I got a question. Adam, can you hear me?
Absolutely. Yes, I can.
Don't you think there's going to be movement both directions? And so the guy that's out is now going to go apply for the unit that's a 70% chance to draw, but there's a guy that's currently applying for the 70% chance to draw is going to now put in for that 25% chance to draw because those guys are gone and the odds are going to go up.
I don't know. I mean, that's the unintended consequence of this, because on the flip side, the guy that drew the 5% draw tag can't put in for any type 1 for the next 3 years, is my understanding. So he's out of the equation, period. Am I wrong in that?
Correct. So you're saying under, and I guess this is a clarification for Joe. So Joe, under the proposal is they can't even apply for a type 1 or a type 2 tag for 3 years, period. No units.
If it's considered that hard to draw.
You draw the high, so, and this is where I think Lee is actually saying the same thing. He's just using the type 1 thing to make it easier to explain. If you want to hunt a high demand area, you apply and you draw it, you are out for 3 years. if you want to apply in a standard demand or low demand, whatever we call it, every single year and draw it, have at it. And honestly, I don't think it's going to change applicant behavior substantially in Wyoming. I think what it's going to do is for those high demand areas and those that are like, someday I want to hunt unit 22. I'd love to someday. I'm gonna go in there. I think the guys that are gonna hunt the Adams of the world, he's probably gonna continue to apply for the ones he's applying for, and those odds will probably stay the same, and he could do that every year, even if he draws it.
A question I have too, that maybe this is a subcommittee question regarding this issue, but do we discuss the ebb and flow of those units if license application behavior doesn't change, like you suggested, Joe? Some of those units on that 33% cusp could, after 3 years, be a 50% draw rate. Does that make sense?
Possibly. What would be interesting and so play this out. What will be interesting to follow is say, okay, I'm 22, right? And I want to apply for Bears Month. I want to be in there. I want to hunt that. But as we start seeing people drop out of unit 7, because, I don't remember how many, was there 1,000 tags in there?
1,200 and some.
1,200.
After you take the
So
landowners out.
in 3 years, you're taking 3,000 plus resident applicants out of unit 7. I may say, hey, maybe I'm gonna move to that.
That's my point.
Low demand, but I'm probably not gonna shift to the units that Adam's applying for that have 60-70% draw with that. So that there is some chance you would see some of that movement. But the idea is you're taking applicants out of the overall high demand pool. And we can run some numbers on it, but that's actually going to have a bigger impact to resident draw odds in those areas than 90-10 or anything else.
So I think the other thing you have to do is, because Adam's right, when you get to those ones that are border, you don't want to be switching hard to draw, not hard to draw, hard to draw, not hard to draw. So you have to take a running, just like we do with currently with the 70, take a 3-year running average of whatever that demand is. And then average that 3-year out, and then that would move a unit either in or out, because you're always going to have, whatever number you're going to pick, you're going to have a certain number of those units that are always on the fringe, and you just can't be bouncing every year in and out, in and out, in and out. So
I guess I just have a question for Director Nesbitt on this. And Pete, you alluded to it. Sometimes when you think something's new, it's really not. I'm sure this has been kicked around before. Is this logistically possible?
Yes. I think you've got to have running averages. You've got to reassess every year. But yes, it is possible.
You're probably lag behind.
It's not going to change. You have a bunch of people roll over in 1 year. If you do the 3-year or 5-year average, it's not going to make it very fast.
But then the tracking of those that have drawn that are now in the waiting period and then eligible, that's an easy process.
Not now.
With merge.
Let me just so I'm clear. I'm with Pete. It'd be a horrible idea to say if you draw a type 1 license, you're out for 3 years. I hope we're not talking about that. We're saying if you draw a type 1 license, you're out of that hard to draw area and all other as defined hard to draw areas for 3 years. So I can go hunt wherever the heck else I can find a tag. That's what we're talking about, right?
Well, so I think that's the differentiator. What we're trying to avoid is, so I draw a high demand area and I know I can't apply in those anymore. What we don't want to do is have me start applying in those lower demand areas that Adam's at. And so I think what we're saying is if you draw a type 1 high demand or type 1, type 2 high demand area, however we define that, you're in a waiting period for 3 years, which means you cannot, for deer and elk, you cannot hold another type 1 tag for that 3 years or another one of those. You buy a general deer tag or a general elk tag. Antelope is the tricky part because it's all on limited quota. They're all type 1. So that's the only piece we'd have to figure out.
Mr. Chairman, I am totally opposed to that concept. I think if you want to help the high demand areas, if you draw one of those, there's several alternatives. You can't put in for other as defined high demand areas, but you can go hunt wherever else you want to. And you could draw another limited quota area that's not high demand. I think if we say you're just out of the pool for 3 years other than the general license, that's doomed to fail.
So let's have some discussion about that, because I think that's a piece. So it's at 25% or lower, it is 3,600 applicants each year that would then be maybe applying at other limited quota areas. You do that in 3 years and you're up to 10,000 applicants that could be applying in low demand areas, which could impact the draw odds in those other areas. Is that bad or good? I mean, I think it's worth the discussion.
But what it will do, it will change over 3 years. It will change those other ones and they will move into the high and some of the, I don't know that many will move out, but it will move those other ones in. There's no doubt 10,000, 3,500, 3,600 licenses a year is going to do that.
And Antelope would probably be even bigger.
Yeah.
Bigger issue.
I might be in the minority, but all of the people we're talking about moving to other areas and so forth are all horn hunters. Not all of us are horn hunters. I can tell you there's a lot of hunters in area 7. If they don't draw a bull permit, they wouldn't go to another area to get a bull permit. They put their second choice to cow and they hunt a cow. I mean, they're hunting for food, they're hunting for hunting's sake, their kids are hunting they don't care if they shoot a bull or a cow. So you got a lot of hunters, I know, at least elk wise. Now deer and antelope are a little different. They may go somewhere because they don't want to shoot a doe deer or a doe antelope. But I'm telling you, an elk, you wouldn't see a mass exodus out of area 7. There's not that many guys that I know of in my area, in my hunting experience, that go somewhere else if they don't draw a bull permit. They put their second choice as a cow and they go up and they hunt with their kids and kill a cow or whatever. And then with the type 6 now where they can kill a smaller bull later on, I think that will become more popular in that area. And so, everybody we talk about moving are all looking for horns. And I know it's probably more prevalent in antelope and deer because they don't, most people don't want a second choice to shoot a doe or antelope or deer. But as far as the hard to draw areas that I'm familiar with, which is basically the one I've hunted my whole life, those guys, those people will put their second choice in as cows, and they hunt their cows till they can draw a type 1, and then they might look for a wall hanger. But if they don't see one, they'll shoot a cow or they'll shoot something, because a lot of them, they're not just hunting for the wall hanger, they're hunting for something to eat and for the hunting experience.
So you don't think they'll put in for another first?
Well, I think some of them might. I mean, you've got wall hanger guys that are trophy hunters everywhere, but it seems like that's all we talk about is the guy that's looking for the type 1. And there are a lot of hunters out there in Wyoming that, they hunt for the experience and they hunt for the food and they just enjoy whether they shoot a bull or a cow or like I say, deer and antelope, probably yes. There'd be more hunters that would look for that. But I think in the hard to draw areas that I'm familiar with, there would be a mass exodus. They would, all my family, I got 11 hunters right here in town or outside of town. And every one of them put their second choice in for cows, and they're glad to hunt.
Mr. Chairman. So we run through Joe's scenario and you don't allow those guys, and after 3 years, you have 10,000 hunters. And they have one choice. Now you potentially got 10,000 more guys hunting general licenses units. Because they have to go general license. So my question is would it not be better, getting back to past proposal, to let them put into for any other limited quota as long as it wasn't in the hard to draw pool, and spread those 10,000 guys out over all of that area? It'll have less of an impact than if you just focus them into those general license units. And so that's a question. To me, it seems like you would want to spread those guys further out across the state and just focus them in. What's your thoughts on?
That's where it's going to get to be, Mr. Chairman, sorry. That's where it's going to get to be, I think, really personal preference and situation, But so take me, if I draw a high demand area, I'm probably just going to go on general, because we've got good areas to do that. For antelope, if you're in different areas and you're sitting on an area where you draw sort of a high demand area, and then just north of you, you can draw a lower demand area, probably gonna want to spread out there. It will impact those low demand area odds. They will come down some, but I guess I would say I'm agnostic on it. It's gonna be very different depending on your own experience and where you hunt.
I gotta agree with Tony. I mean, I'm in a high demand area. And with my neighbors and most of the people that I know, they put in for that type 1 tag, they put in second choice for a cow. And they all, pretty much all get drawn a license. So I don't see that as a major problem.
So if they were at a 3-year waiting period, they'd probably buy a cow tag for those next 2 years.
And they can't wait for 3 years to put in for, I mean, we put in every year and we might get one, you know, might be 10 years down the road or it might be next year if you're lucky, but you know, 3 years to me is not a bad way.
Okay.
Nice cow tags. On the second stock.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, you know, the idea that if you draw a great tag, you're sitting on the sidelines for 3 years is a monumental change of hunting in Wyoming. There are alternatives that solve the problem that are less
Monumental.
I mean, let them put in for any other non-high demand area. They continue to be able to go try to kill a buck antelope or a buck deer, or whatever they want to do. And, you know, your points can happen today. They're not changing anything. If you want to put in for a cow license after a high demand area, you can do that. So that's kind of irrelevant to me, with all due respect.
Well, I'm just saying, Pat, it may not be a problem, as big a problem as
I mean, there may not be a mass exodus.
So
to
let's
another
not.
area. In elk,
Let's
deer and
not start
different.
World War II if we don't have to. So I think Larry and my idea is less troublesome than Joe's idea. So that's what I hope the task force would look at, and look at both of them. I mean, we're studying this, so that's great.
Sorry.
But I'm gonna speak to the other side again, because I think if you're trying to accomplish better draw odds, which is, I think, what this is about, and use just elk as an example. And you put in for area 7, I think Tony's right, there's a number of people, that's their home base. They're not gonna shift, I agree, they're probably just gonna stay there and put in for a cow tag, and draw that bull tag. But there will be people who shift. And so why do you take draw odds in an area like, I use them as an example all the time, area 48, 96% resident draw odds for a bull tag. Same people put in for it every year. Why do you take the chance of bumping his draw odds down another 10 or 15%? Because he doesn't count on area 7, he could care less about it, puts in for it every year. So if there is a shift of any sort of amount, you shift that to that guy that was plumb happy drawing a bull tag virtually every single year. And then you take a chance of dumping his draws. I think if you're going to do a waiting period, if somebody thinks it's important for them to draw a bull tag, and they're trying to increase their draws, I say we leave it as that. They have to sit out for 3 years for a bull tag. And it's just, and they can make that decision when they apply. It's like, yeah, it's a pretty big, bold statement. I'd rather go, the Adams of the world or the people in area 48, they're just not going to play that game. I don't want to see their draws get beat up just because somebody else does want to play that game.
So Sire, are you saying those wouldn't he be able to buy a general license?
Well, I have no problem with buying a general license at all, because very few are going to do that.
But they just can't go into quote any other limited quota.
Any other type 1 tag.
How would you handle the antelope?
I'm just talking about elk. I think the antelope is a totally different beast. And I haven't molded that over enough in my head to really come up with a solution. I want to see some numbers. I think when we get together, we can see some pretty good numbers.
I think for antelope, the best option is we either allow them, if the system can, we allow them to put as a second choice, not apply for a first choice. I don't know if the system will do that, a second choice, and then they can pick one up in the leftover draw. I think of the two options to do there. I just don't know if you can block out their first choice in the system and then only let them put a second choice, and they can hold a type 1 if they draw it on a second choice or pick it up in a leftover. I think that's a pretty straightforward process.
Brian?
Couple things I think we should remember. Number one, Joe Scott brought this up yesterday, public comment, what's the problem we're trying to solve? And the problem we're trying to solve is, it's to give predictability for those folks that want to hunt the high demand areas. We're trying to give them so that for those that have, higher end 20 to 25% drawing odds, predictability, they're going to get to draw that every 3, 4, 5 years. That's a problem that we're trying to solve. High demand areas are high demand areas for a reason, and that's probably not going to change because, it has something to do with either access, high quality animals, location. There's a reason that they're high demand, and that's not going to change over time. It is, as we've highlighted, it's going to be different for each species, and if we try to go in and dive in and try to solve this for each species, I don't think it's possible to do that. All kinds of issues. The other thing I think we got to remember is that, for a lot of folks, they're gonna, right now, what they do is they put in for that hard to draw type 1 license, and if they don't, they're going somewhere. It may be general, it may be another easier to draw type 1. But they don't have the option in a lot of those cases because they shoot their wad on their first choice, and that they're just going to wait and see what happens and then try to decide where to go after that. There's going to be shifting no matter what happens here. People go into different places. Some will be general, some will be other limit quota. We're going to have to let that happen.
I've got one more point.
And then Adam's on the line. Okay, go ahead.
And maybe this is, maybe it's more towards Pat's thought process, so it's not going to be that big a deal because we think back to that very first meeting, that very first handout, we have 68 to 72,000 unique resident big game. 40%, that number stays the same, only buy one big game license a year. And then you jump up into the 2 big game licenses. This is deer, this is general elk, this is antelope, this is no tags, this is white-tail tags. They buy one. 40% of our resident big game hunters want to buy one tag a year. And so, and then it drops up to 2. It's huge. It's very few that go into the 3+ range. So maybe it isn't a big deal. Maybe it's not going to cause a whole lot of change because maybe these resident hunters put in for their area. And if they don't draw it, they do like Tony says, they get that cow tag. And then that's it. That's all we get for the year. No deer tags, no antelope tags. No anything. They don't care. They got their one tag. We know for a fact 40% of them are only buying one tag.
Adam and then Brian. Go ahead, Adam.
Sure, thank you. I actually think we probably, as I sit here and listen to everyone, and I know this kind of contradicts something I mentioned earlier that maybe speared this conversation on, but we've seen some human behavior in respect to the willingness to travel outside of a chosen or preferred area with resident hunters disbursement for general deer areas. And we know we're looking at roughly 20% of those applicants, at least as it relates to deer, who are willing to go from the southwest part of the state to the central part of the state to the northeast part of the state on a general license, where 80%, and Cy, you just said this, 80% of those people stay within their preferred area, whether they draw or they don't. They either draw their license to pursue a bull or a buck, or they get their second choice as a cow in that area, or they don't draw anything and they sit back and they're frustrated, which is why we're having this conversation. So human behaviors kind of suggest and show us with the way deer hunters move around the state or don't move around the state, that maybe that impact wouldn't be as bad as it looks on the surface for limited quota elk hunters if we let them continue to apply for type 1s. I could be eating my words in several years after my favorite areas are inundated and are now 40% or less draw odds, but I don't know that human behavior necessarily has shown that is the case. At least it doesn't with over-the-counter deer tags.
Cy, did you have something?
No, I think I talked myself
Brian.
out of.
Brian. So Brian,
The 3-year waiting period. In this area. I think I talked myself out of this, like, let him ship, because I don't think it's gonna happen.
The only other point I had was that I don't think we should forget this fact. All indications today are that if we do absolutely nothing with this, demand will increase. If we make a change, demand will increase. The demand, the drawing odds in every one of these places we're talking about are going to continue to get lower no matter what change we make. The problem, again, we're not trying to make it, we're not trying to address that problem. We can't. What we're trying to address is giving folks predictability that if they really want to hunt this hard to draw area, they put in for the next, on the average for a 20% draw area, for 4 to 5 years, they're gonna draw. That's what we're trying to do and make sure that that guy doesn't draw 3 years in a row and then another person waits 21 years before they draw. That's what we're trying to say.
so you have enough direction, I think, Joe. But,
I got 3 pages of direction
All right,
now, and I
okay.
think I've got a pretty good.
all right, Pat, you guys want to finish? Go ahead.
No, I think we're there. Let's let the subcommittee come back.
Okay.
With some ideas. And you asked the question today, who's on the subcommittee? I think that address that.
Yeah, Adam committed, so he's agreed to
Okay.
jump on it, and then I don't know if anybody, so it's Cy, Tony, Josh, myself, and Adam now, if anybody else is interested. Larry.
I think that's, yeah.
One quick, just logistical thing, Joe, would you mind just writing down I'm going back to the last issue on 7250, writing down your amendment to Pat's motion? Encouraging the commission to consider.
Yep.
X, Y, and Z, write that down, send it to me, and then I'll make sure.
Okay, you bet.
So I just want to be clear, Pete brought this up and it actually flew over my head. This is going to apply to landowners also, or is it not? So take those Area 7 landowners, any area that's hard to draw. Is it or is it not going to apply to type 1 tags for landowners?
You mean landowner permits?
Those landowner permits that go out for deer, elk, and antelope right now, does it or does not this apply, or is this only in the resident draw, which doesn't change that pool? But if you did it for landowners, it shifts, it's gonna shift more permits into those resident, non-resident drawing lots, because there's gonna be a certain number of landowners that are only gonna get apply ones. I just want to make sure that what the proposal is, does it or does it not include resident, non-resident landowner tags?
I'm gonna say no on face value, but go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I want to say, let's not pop open that can.
We have that still to talk about. We have that landowner license allocation still to talk about in another subcommittee that's talking about
Well,
that.
maybe let's shift there, Mr. Chairman, if we have time and if you want to, but actually, it'd be worth it. So my first response was no too, but then I thought you do that where we have the issues with landowner licenses, and you don't have to implement a capped landowner number then possibly. So one of the things we were recommending was capping the number of landowner tags, and if you put people who draw
What
into
is
a
a
waiting
cap?
period, then the cap is automatically there.
Can you correspond this with the areas that come up on yours? You probably can fairly
I
easily.
can look at a few, I don't know. like it.
So Joe, are you suggesting that it would include the landowner licenses then?
I don't know, I'm just reacting, but I'm thinking that if you do that, that's another way to cap landowner licenses by taking some of them out of these high demand areas for 3 years as you go through.
And that's the rub.
Mr. Chairman, they're not in a draw already. Why would we put them in a draw? I mean, we're trying to take care of, it's a favorable gift to landowners saying, hey, you feed all our wildlife, you do all this stuff. We've debated this at length. Why would we now throw them into a draw?
I don't think it's into the draw, it's just when the department, so they do apply for that tag every year, correct? And when we submit something to department says, I'm giving Mr. Nesvik his landowner tag, you
Comes
can.
out of the quota up front.
Yeah, but he can't get another one for 3 years. He's not drawing or doing anything different. It's just he can't submit it for 3 years because he's held the high demand area.
That creates a war between our landowners and the department, which that harms that relationship. That's a really bad idea.
So you'd rather-
Let's
Yeah,
keep it
and
out.
so what it would do also is it would take, because they're issued first, you would take them all out. You know, you would take them, you would give them all a tag the first year you implemented this. They would all be out for the next 3, and then they would all be back in year
Zero
4.
next year.
Yeah, so.
Well,
I-
possibly, and I'm just throwing some scenarios out there, so if I know that that I'm gonna have to do a 3-year wait, I might choose not to put in for my landowner tag this year. And knowing that the next year I get it, I'm gonna have to wait 3 years,
Or you use one of your other family members. to put it in.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
Every
So-
family member.
so you just start.
I think let's just, I think we just, let's
We
just
want
leave.
to open up that can of worms. We just now got them settled down a little bit.
I say leave that to the other.
All right, so I just want to make sure,
Good.
because Pete had mentioned that, and I missed it.
Order
It's
the
like,
board.
well, we need to make that decision now.
I think leave that out, Joe.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
I make a motion that we do not include.
Don't have to.
Oh, I don't think you need to make
Don't
that
need a
motion. though.
motion.
I just don't include it, Joe. I think that's good. We won't include that. Is there anything else before we move on to the next couple things? Anything else you need for clarity?
I don't want any more
All right,
clarity, Mr. Chairman.
Good. Okay, so.
Clarity leads to law.
So we do have a couple things there's a couple things we do have to get to today. And one of them is, before we leave, we're going to set some schedules for September, October, November, December. Whether we're going to meet those months and when, we need to really look at that. And then, so we have a director update on funding status for wildlife and wildlife crossings. Do you want to do that?
Sure, I can make this pretty darn quick and then.
Okay.
I know Albert's interested if I just.
Oh.
We need to wait till Albert's back.
Okay, and then the other things, we do have, there's maybe a couple things here. I don't know if you have a damage compensation subcommittee report. I don't think so. And then on the other landowner license allocation subcommittee report, we can talk a little bit about that. There's some handouts that we have that we'll go into as soon as Brian gives his report. We'll talk about that, and then we'll eat lunch, and then we'll be out of here earlier today. I've had numerous committee members that need to go early afternoon, so we're going to be out of here just after lunch today.
So, Mr. Chairman,
And I
one
know-
other thing could we add, could we just get an upview for those that did participate in the TRW committee
Yes.
on that proposal for the weighted bonus points and then the 2 deer, to give the entire committee that wasn't able to sit through that discussion and update it, what happened at that meeting.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's on our agenda and just didn't get to that. So go ahead, Brian.
So in response to Albert's request, he wanted to know where we're at with funding with wildlife crossings. Many know there's been multiple internal funds that have been raised within the state of Wyoming, and also now there's some new opportunities with this infrastructure bill that passed the Senate here 6-8 months ago. So we currently have started, we broke ground on the Dry Piney project, which is a large $15 million project that is now nearly fully completed. We added one piece to it, another underpass that means we got to come up with about $500,000 in a year. That we've got a way to cover that. I-25 Casey Buffalo was the next priority on our list, and that project is fully funded. We did make a transition. We worked out kind of a new process with WIDOT for how many projects that are wildlife crossings would be federalized versus those that would not. And we decided to federalize the I-25 project, which means there's more federal money available for that. Bottom line is it's fully funded because it's federal. We have to wait 3 months for the NEPA process to plow, and then it will go out for bid. Now it'll be roughly 2 months before it goes out to bid. That one, as far as I'm concerned, that's behind us now. It's going to happen. We've got that thing going. The next 2 that are of importance, so what we do is the director and I and our staff sit down and prioritize based on the RIT team list of recommendations that have like 40 different crossings on it. we prioritize what the next most important ones for the state should be. From, and based on those discussions, the Kemmer, there's a stretch of road south of Kemmer that is our next highest priority, and primarily because of the new nuclear power plant that's going to go in there. We expect the traffic on that road to increase dramatically. So that one is one where we are going to apply for a federal grant based on the infrastructure bill. There was $375 million identified in that. The legislature approved $10 million in general funds to use as federal match. And so that's our highest priority for the grant. Structure bill is that camera stretch road. We also have private donors, I think it's High West, whichever energy company is developing that. They've shown interest in contributing to that. And then the Wildlife Fund has already started to generate some of the private donations towards that.
Is that taking overpass or just, how does the underpass?
Several underpasses and a lot of fences.
So is the antelope? I know there's a lot of deer, but is there antelope?
There is deer as well, but it's mainly, or I'm sorry, is antelope as well, but it's mainly a deer project. That's what's getting hit on the road.
Yeah.
Ryan, maybe you could put some charging stations along there.
There you go.
Ran that by the director.
We haven't talked about that yet. The next high priority project is Du Bois. This one's been in the works for a long time. It's I think there's either 6 or 8 phases to that. It's not fully funded yet, but there have been several private funders that have contributed to that. We've got enough probably to start in the fall, just going out and doing the initial planning on 2 to 4 phases of that. But that we're not intending to go out and get an infrastructure grant for. We're going to do that internally, still federalize it for the normal pot of money that Whiteout receives every year, on a 5-year schedule. So that's the next one. Then the last one that we've got is an overpass on I-80. It's kind of the high dollar, $30 to $40 million project. The thought now is that we look at a second federal grant for that out of the infrastructure bill. We don't know what our likelihood of getting 2 of those grants are, but the thought now is to apply for those. But that one I would say is further off as far as the planning and the fundraising for that particular project. So where we're at. Does that answer your questions?
Yeah, it does. I just thought it would be nice to hear some good news instead of fighting all the time. So kind of hear where we're at.
Pat,
So the governor appointed me to the Transportation Commission and the Paving and Parade, but YDOT is a different kind of agency. They view themselves as YDOT, and that's all that's important. And so I'm asking for help here. It would be very helpful if folks on this committee, in the audience, or online, were to write to Director Reiner or the Transportation Commission members, it's all online, and emphasize the importance of wildlife crossings. It's become a greater priority in the last several months with Brian's work. But those need to be a priority. There's a lot of energy in the public. There's a lot of need, and it just needs to be a priority that's up front on YDOT, the Transportation Commission, and YDOT administration.
So Pat, you said there's comment, maybe I misunderstood you, but there's comments of a comment period online right now, or are we just out of the blue send?
Say,
okay.
I want wildlife crossings. I mean, whatever you want to say, tell us, because Josh has already done that on behalf of Muley Fanatics, and it's very helpful. But any entity that's interested in that, I just noticed when I was driving up here yesterday, across Deer Creek there by Glen Rock, there were 6 grease spots. I mean, that's 12 deer. When you factor in fawns this time of year, and there are just places like that we need to fix. I mean, Ogden has so many grease spots you slid off the roads by his alfalfa field there. It should be looked at hard by YDOT as a priority.
Pat, do you think there's any interest or do you think there's any merit to the task force just submitting a letter in support of wildlife crossings?
That'd be awesome.
Similar to what we did for WWNRT?
Absolutely.
It'd be a good idea.
I do too.
Do we need to put that up, out for public comment?
Second.
You know, and the governor is way behind us and the legislatures. You guys appropriated $10 million of general funds to match. It's just,
We started this out by threatening, my God. We can end it.
I think that's a great idea
So-
because I have a situation on my place that they built a new highway here several years ago, put all new signs up. And it's a gauntlet. Because those deer and antelope cross that highway every morning, every night. And I tried to get them to put some better signage up, to put the blinking signs up, maybe even do something about speed limit there because it's amazing. I talked to 3 different people. Highway department, and that's going on.
So
They
just
just
point
went
out,
on that.
it's in the next, on the list, it's on the list. I mean, it's a high.
So what we did to try to help that deal is I just watched the crossings and where and I just cut more gates in and Jeff, the manager on the other side of the highway, he worked with me and we, instead of having 3 or 4 gates in a 3-mile area, we got probably 10 gates. It's helped, but they just, if it's not their idea.
Mhm.
well, and here was a shocking statistic I heard at the last Transportation Commission meeting. The Wyoming Highway Patrol responds to vehicle wildlife collisions 90 times a month on average. That is 3 responses per day. And that's where someone calls the highway patrol. So we know at least, that's a big number.
And that's just one agency, the
Yeah.
highway patrol. You think about all the county
And
sheriff's
that's probably where
departments.
the car is disabled. I mean,
Yeah.
and you have game and fish and it's just, that's a crazy number.
Casper, the city, Casper does have more calls than all those other agencies.
Right,
So-
try to get permission to tell the people, at least count the deer when they're throwing them over the fence.
So we had,
You were here yesterday when I got slapped around.
I was on live, I was listening.
I really get beat up at transportation commission meetings.
so we have a motion in a second, and I don't have any problem with the motion in a second. Does anybody else have an issue that we haven't put this out for public comment or anything to send a letter?
Yeah, just send them that.
Okay, so any other discussion on sending a letter to the Transportation Department Committee, Transportation,
Commission and the director.
okay, Commission and the Director in support of wildlife crossings. So anybody?
Make sure on that letter that you CC it to the governor
Yeah,
and you CC it to the president and the speaker of the house.
my ask would be to have that letter drafted over the next 2 weeks and have us actually see that letter at our next meeting. And then we can sign that letter and get that letter after that meeting, so we can see that language. Does somebody have that? Is somebody want to write that letter?
I probably shouldn't write.
No,
a letter.
yeah, we don't want Pat to write it. Oh, okay, so we'll get a letter drafted. And so is there, okay, so we'll just, because we had a motion in a second, we'll just, if you're in favor, raise your hand. Who's on, anybody online not raising their hand?
Adam raised his hand, James raised her hand.
Unanimous. Okay, thank you. Okay. So we'll do that. Thank you for that, everybody. Thanks for the update. Appreciate it. Pat, thank you for that information on the Transportation Commission. So that's good to know. Okay. Moving on to, let's see here. So we'll just, some information here, and this really comes out of the landowner license allocation subcommittee. this, you have this, does everybody have this red marked up, red copy? And I don't know whether we can pull this up on the screen. But I know we've taken a lot of public comment on landowner stuff, but what I'd like to do is at least go through this, have you guys at least look through this. I think that the real heartache on this is probably going to be on the second page, where at the bottom, the additional licenses or the additional deeded acres that people are allowing for access. Whether there's going to be a lot of pushback on that, I don't know. I'm just wondering what people are thinking about that. And those are not, from my understanding, those licenses are not cow, calf, doe, fawn. They're not transferable. They would be type 1 licenses to the landowner. Whether they would want that many or not, who knows? But that would be the option. So, and that's for access. Go ahead, Pat.
Can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
Discuss this. Let's break this into 2 parts.
Okay.
If we look at page 1.
Yep.
What the committee tried to do was stem the abuse, which, as we've heard, consists of people owning one share in an LLC or corporation that then qualify for a landowner license. I won't name names, but we all know what we're talking about. And then to provide some workable definition to the department for the term lands purchased or subdivided for the primary purpose of obtaining land license.
Yeah.
Currently, it's my belief that that's so vague, there's no way they could ever enforce that and stick. So I've tried to define that, and I guess I would add that the overall purpose in my mind to do this is to try to prevent 160-acre prairie dog cuts, where people are selling their ranch, which provides real quality habitat and wildlife values, into smaller pieces. So I've just tried one lawyer's attempt to try to provide some definition and give the department the ability to work, and then also define significant interest. And the committee had this discussion. I think I originally started out, you had to own 50% of the LLC or the corporation. Brian and Dwayne have talked to me that probably doesn't work with inheritance plans, where someone might, have 3 kids and they say, it via trust or something, they can give them ownership of, a third of the LLC or the corporation. So we kind of arrived at 25%. That may not be the right number. It may be 20%, but it's got to be fairly high enough to prevent the kind of corporate shenanigans we see, or the shenanigans Cy pointed out with a hunting club, in a place in the state where technically on the face it's a hunting club, but I own a share, so I get a landlord license. We want to try to stop that. So that's page 1. And the other thing I just point out before we turn to part 2 is at the very back of this, people have expressed that burden. So this is the very last sentence on page 3. The burden of establishing you qualify for a landowner license should be on the landowner. So I've tried to do that in the last sentence. The landowner must establish at the sole discretion of the department and commission that the landowner and landowner applicant qualify for the landowner license each year an application is made. And I think there's also another provision in here that the department will look at these on a 5-year basis.
Wayne, you have a comment? Go back to page 1. Yep. First of all, I agree with pretty much everything that's on here, but the one thing that I just have a problem with is in paragraph 3 of X. By at least 150 animal units after transfer. I don't know how you would, who's going to determine that? 150 animal units, and by not looking at every individual property. I think the statement up there prior to that is fine, but some people might want to leave their land for wildlife. They might want to let that be the determining factor. And so I don't think we should put that restriction on there. I've got a neighbor in that case. I mean, he says, hey, I want to leave this part. I mean, they let, they got river bottom, they got meadows, the wildlife use it all, but they got some mountain property up there that they want the wildlife to be able to. And when I sold it to them, I actually told them that. I said, I always leave that for the elk. And so that's one thing I think we should just strike that last.
Mr. Chairman, there's no pride in authorship here, but the thought of the committee was, the problem is you take a working ranch and you break it into 160 acres, and we're not changing that anyway in this proposal. It's still 160 acres. But that no longer is in ag production. Someone builds a starter castle, fences the whole thing. And really wildlife doesn't use that anymore, but they still qualify for landowner licenses. So the committee was just seeking some way to make sure that the original use continues after it's subdivided and sold in smaller chunks, but we can strike, I mean, I just threw it in there for discussion.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. Go ahead, Tony.
Well, I was just gonna say, from the county assessor's standpoint, if they qualify for ag exemption or ag tax base, they have to prove that they produce what it, I mean, it's minuscule, it's not much. But there are those smaller places that they're gonna have far less than 150 cows and still carry on an ag.
Yeah, just.
They may have 10 horses, well, some of them got 10 horses on 5 acres, but they might have some goats or, some dairy goats or meat goats, or they may have some cows or yearlings that they pasture on there. And I don't get a landowner license, but I have 60 head of yearlings that are on my small place in the summertime, and we cut hay, so that might be a little excessive, in fact, quite a bit, I think. And I know it's for new property, but as long as they prove that it's an ag, they're still trying to do some ag, they're not just buying it up and fencing it off and not doing anything other than a couple of dogs and a chicken. So I kind of agree with Wayne. I think that might be too excessive.
Anybody else?
Well, and we ran into this, and it gets back to the assessors and how they qualify.
I'm sure they push back based on that.
But you know how many acres in the Red Desert that it takes to make 150 AUM?
Yeah.
So think of
Absolutely.
developments all the way over to the Twin Sisters.
Well, over north.
6,000 acres of land to get 150 AUM. So I'm not saying this, I understand, Pat, it's a starting place. But this would be inconsistent with existing statutes for ag designation.
If we just struck that last sentence, which is half the paragraph, it actually probably reads just fine.
And Pat, I have another question, Mr. Chairman. So it's 5 acres, and I'm asking, is 500 acres the right number, or is it anything? And the reason I ask that is I think the 500 will get gained. What happens if you split up 498 acres into 2 parcels and they still qualify?
So,
but you advertised it for landowner.
So that's what I'm wondering. I actually was wondering the same thing. What if it read real property that has been publicly advertised for sale as qualifying for issuance of resident, non-resident landowner licenses? But you don't put any acreage in there.
Then you can't scheme it. It's all about.
Because that's not the intent. That is not the intent why we're giving them advertising. I mean, to sell property so that you can get the tags is not the way we're supposed to be doing that.
And where I think that'll come into play, Mr. Chairman, is when you get into cultivated farmland, some of these river bottoms and stuff. This allows those guys to just get scot-free to advertise and get those whitetail or mule deer tags or antelope tags or even the elk tags in my area on the river bottom. You could have 280 acres. It's gonna hit that 2,000 animal use days.
Yeah.
So does that address it or not, Pat?
Yeah, I mean, I threw 500 acres in there because 500 acres is more palatable to Pat Crankis than 160 acres. It was just arbitrary.
Well, what do you think the ramifications are if we just struck that and just said real property that has been publicly advertised? You know, what if we did that? And I can imagine that if we sent this to real estate people, they're gonna do what they want to do anyway. What it is going to do is give game and fish the authority, whether they use that or not, to say, you know what, we can't give you, we saw you bought this property, we saw how it was advertised. Can't give it to you.
I'm good
Can't give
striking
it to you.
as you described.
Okay.
I mean, it's just thrown in there for discussion.
Anybody else have any issues?
Quit that.
Yeah,
You're gonna quit advertising, that's a hell.
yeah, that's needs to happen.
Really the heart of this, and maybe you want to strike the 500 acres in paragraph 2, but that's the heart of this, you know, it's
Yeah.
real property previously used for primary purposes of grazing and production. And which has been subdivided into parcels, you know, maybe leave that
Leave that.
500 acres there.
Yeah.
It's inconsistent with 160.
Right.
But it keeps our chunks, if it's gonna happen in bigger chunks, that may actually support some wildlife. I mean, 160 acres with a starter castle that's totally fenced supports nothing other than the 4 horses they put on there.
Unless if you got some farm ground or you got good, you know, that it can support. Quite a bit.
Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
The other thing I'd like to have some discussion on is the additional landowner licenses.
That's on page 2.
Are we done?
I start getting,
Yeah, so Dwayne,
I don't, pardon,
Before we go there,
are
if
you,
we strike paragraph 3, if we make the strike recommended by Rusty on paragraph 1, are we okay with the definition of significant interest? Is that all good?
Yeah.
I'm all right.
I just have a problem when you start to tie decisions like providing access for additional licenses. I just soon strike that, not even have it. I mean, the worst thing to do, I think, would be the existing two licenses requiring access even to keep those. Now you're infringing on private property rights. We're almost doing that here in my mind. Just, if somebody wants to enroll their ranch and access, yes, absolutely. But it's his decision. Just putting that in there to well, the only way we're gonna get some additional licenses if we, I mean, that just, to me, it just doesn't seem right.
so Adam has his hand up. Go ahead, Adam.
I somewhat understand what you're saying, Dwayne, but we have every prerogative to leverage a public resource for public gain, as we have done leveraging a public resource for private gain, whether that's the discussion regarding outfitter set-asides, whether that's the discussion that we're having right now with landowner licenses. So if additional landowner licenses are on the table, as a resident sportsman, we're going to get something else out of this. And yes, we're going to leverage it with access. Otherwise, there are no additional landowner licenses. That cannot just be a, hey, thanks for having more land. Here's a couple more type 1s. Good on you. No, one's enough if that's all you're after. But if you want more, then there's got to be some give with that take, as we've been talking about give and take for this entire session. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
That's what I can't wait. You know, this is incentive. This isn't a private property right. This is an incentive. You're incentivizing access to public grounds. And I think this is the correct way to do it, is to give licenses away. I'm a private landlord. It's my choice whether they get through there or not. And in most cases now, it's a no, they don't. But in some cases, for an additional license or two, somebody may do it. And that's a huge benefit all the way around to do that. And it's voluntary. When I get into restriction on private property rights, it's when you're telling me I have to do it. And this, I think, is really a good common sense way to get access to some of those parcels in different areas. You certainly don't have to participate.
The question, Mr. Chairman. Adam, can you hear me? Or maybe any of the
Yeah,
members?
yes, I can. Yes, I can.
The question I have is in subsection A is, so you've got section 9 is landowners, and that's pretty much the status quo. But is section A, is that in order to qualify for a license, or is that supposed to be in order to qualify for additional licenses issued under the section? So is that an addition, or is that for the original qualification for a landowner permit?
It's supposed to be an addition.
It's supposed to
Okay,
be.
well, that's-
Good catch. Yeah.
It gets down on the
That's not-
bottom, but right there.
Tell me where to fix
It's,
So under A, it says in order to qualify for a license, so it would say in order to qualify for additional licenses.
Well, no, it's dealt with down at the bottom there, so
oh, wait.
go down to the.
I get that, but it starts right off, it says we're modifying section 9 and that's, it just clarifies right off the bat. This whole section just applies for additional landowner licenses in the first sentence. There's no mistaking that you gotta read all, because that's what I was like Dwayne, I read that and was like, no, we're not gonna do that. But if it's for additional, that's a whole different deal.
Okay, well then I gotta fix this because A is mostly existing language. Let me point out, the only thing that's really been added in here, even though it's all red line, that's my typing incompetence and technological incompetence, but you go down, the first sentence is all existing, and then it goes down, it says a landowner applicant may also qualify for a license issued if they own 160 acres and provide free public access that gives access to 1,000 acres. I don't know if you remember the porters who came and testified in front of this committee. That addresses their issue. And so if we have a landowner, you know, who has 160 acres, but they may or may not have the 2,000 days of use, but they're letting people at their choice go through and hunt at least 1,000, we want to reward that. So that's that sentence. So if we need to do this, I need to break it up a little bit different, and I understand your comment, Larry. And then the very last part, where it says a landowner applicant may qualify for more than 2 licenses based on the number of deeded acres. That's an addition as well. We're saying if you got 10,000, you get more.
And maybe you're on the right track, Pat, maybe breaking those out
I
separately.
could make it differently and work on it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure we need, the reason Mr. Porter brought that up was because we were talking about changing the minimum acreage from 160 to 1,000 or whatever. And that would have put him in a situation. I don't know if we need that, or if we're just, you know, are we gonna get people now that don't have 160 acres and 2,000 animal use days? You know, one or the other. Say they don't have the 2,000 use days, but they got 160 acres, but all of a sudden they got 1,000 acres on the other side of that 160 acres. And now they're gonna get landowner licenses. So I don't know if we need it now, like we did when Mr. Porter made that.
That will, you know, it was raised in my mind by the porters, but that's a good thing, I think. So this would add additional landowner licenses, I think. Wait, you're exactly right.
Yeah.
Do we want to do that or not?
You know, I
I
think,
think though, that what Wayne was trying to say is when we originally made that provision, 160 acres was no longer going to qualify. We're talking about a proposal to change the minimum acre size. That's why I think it may not work anymore, because we've said 162,000 use days, you're still gonna fall there. So the worst we cover.
So he's coming.
Because it wasn't during the season that they had the problem, or was that other,
That was another.
another ranch out on Bates Creek? They had elk, they definitely qualified, but it was not during the hunting season.
Well, and the Porters, as I recall, actually had 2,000 use days.
They do, but they also allow access.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to reward access by that, given people that might not otherwise qualify. What if I own a chunk in the Red Desert that borders 50 sections of BLM and I let people through?
Is this before or after the corner crossing? Before.
This is just a question, is the wild turkey thing currently in there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So 2,000 use days of wild turkeys is equivalent to 2,000 use days of elk?
To get a turkey license, yeah.
How much crap those turkeys can drop.
Well, that's true. I've heard that.
Yeah.
I'd have to see the method of what they use to.
I don't think we issue very many turkey landowner licenses.
So that's why you use animal use days and not animal
I
unit.
mean, you have to have a license.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Ogden gets a landowner turkey license every year.
So I would actually like to, make any changes on this and put this draft out for public comment and let it stay out there until our July meeting, actually. The changes that we've made today and any other ones that we want to make on this, I think we make those and then put this out.
So just go through B for me, because the last I heard, which I wasn't paying as good attention, we were talking about a landowner draw. If there was
So
such and such condition, and this looks like it's the only time you have a landowner draws if the landowner applications exceed nothing.
This doesn't address that.
this doesn't address that. That's the next thing I'm just gonna bring up. So that would be in addition to this. This is something different.
So
Or, I
I
mean,
think if I get clarity, as Joe requested, I can kick out another draft to you by Monday and the chairs can review it and we can put that out for public comment. I'll make the changes the committee, the task force suggests. Does that work?
Yeah, I think breaking those out and each one, instead of the run-on,
Yeah.
will clarify a whole bunch of that. Just make it easier to follow.
And I will strive to do a real red line so you can see what's in existing in 44 and what we're changing. This is messed up. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, that's all right. No, that's good. Thanks for the work on it. Thank you. So then so you'll get that back out to us. We can kick it to the next meeting and then kick it out for public comment. How's that? We'll kick it to the
This
next
is a
meeting.
big deal. I think we should wait till July to finally act on this.
Yeah, no, I think so. What I'm saying, you can get that to us. We don't have a lot of time between the next meetings anyway. So we'll go over that language again. Shouldn't take too long on the agenda on that in June. And then if the task force wants to then approve it to go to out for public comment to July.
So the question I have, do we want to continue to include this ability to get additional licenses at the discretion of the landowner?
I don't, Mr. Chairman, I don't have a problem with it as long as it's not tied to those existing landowner licenses.
They're golden.
Yeah.
Under this.
Yeah, and I think going out to public comment on this is great. Go ahead.
I was just gonna, I had a couple of comments from two landowners in area 7, and I said I would bring it up. Do we want to talk at all about it? Do we want to go on with any other thoughts on additional landowner licenses now, or hold that, or?
As far as, you mean, like, far as,
Just a couple of comments that they wanted to, the fact that the one rancher said, he was out plowing up some ground and had a lot of time to think, and he thought of a couple of ideas, and he ran them by his cousin who ranches next to him, and then the second cousin down the road. And So he called me and wanted to know if I would mention those. I don't know if you want to get into any of that now or.
Well, I mean, I think we've gotten into everything else. Might as well just.
And it's pretty simple. I think, he said one of the thoughts he had was that if the landowner and the game and fish could verify, like this is for these, over or under target areas of elk, if you could verify a number of cows or calves killed in a season, could that add an opportunity for an additional landowner type 1 the next year or whatever, or 2 years in a row if you killed X number of cows on your property and verified that through the game and fish, would that maybe allow you to use one? And he didn't want to have it for his own use. He would have it for his family. He said it would be an additional landowner license for the family rather than just have the additional beat, whatever the landowner wanted to do with it. It would have to go to his family. So that was one idea that he had. And I said, well, that, it's not a bad idea, but it might be hard to manage. It would be hard to get those numbers or what those numbers might be. But he said, that might increase, at least the landowner would try to get more people out there to kill cows because then he would maybe have an opportunity for an additional landowner license. That was, and kind of the same thing if you, and this, I think our waiting period takes a lot of this up again, depending on how we view hunting in Area 7. If you kill cows 3 years in a row, and this is before we went to the waiting period, so this might solve that. But if you get a cow permit 3 years in a row and you kill a cow every year, does that give you maybe a bonus chance to draw a type 1? And I think the waiting period probably takes care of that. But he thought maybe, if some of these hunters would make sure that their second choice was a cow, and then they got a cow or calf for 3 years in a row or for X number of years, would that improve their chance? Could they improve their chance of drawing a type 1, on the 4th year, the 5th year, the 3rd year, whatever? So that were the two things that he wanted to bring up, and he ran them by, again, his neighbors on both sides. And all of these guys allow some hunting. They do charge a trespass fee for some people, and other people, they let you hunt anywhere.
Good discussion, Tony, but landowners already have an incentive to kill cows. I mean, they're eating their grass, so, I don't know that we need to incentivize that. So I don't think that's a very good idea, but that's just me.
Well, I think there is.
Sportsmen are already gonna raise hell about us potentially giving additional landowner tags, which they hate anyway, but that's my thought.
Yeah, I'm just curious. I mean, Representative Summers, you're the one who had mentioned that you thought this landowner license system was broken. Adding more additional landowner licenses. I know we've talked about equity, and I'm with you, Ben. I do not think this will be received well by the public to be adding more to something that we've already identified as broken.
Well, and I think also, we are actually in what was the language that we just looked at. We are giving them an opportunity to actually get more if they, join the Access Yes. I mean, so I know that they might be like, well, we're definitely not going to do that. Well, there is actually a mechanism that they can get up to 3 additional type 1 tags. They're going to, and I think that's the only way that's really the only way you get the resident sportsman to be okay with that. And that is to more opportunities for access in some of those lands. And so I'm glad that people are thinking about it.
And I said I'd bring it up, and
Yeah, no,
I didn't say one way or the other.
Larry, I'm curious, in area 124, what this would, how this would look at some modeling with the landowners in that area. Already a very hard to draw area for resident, non-resident, but when you pull those landowner licenses out first, I would think that there's probably a couple more additional, when there's only 25 tags available total that come off the top.
Yeah, the question is would they be eligible for more tags under either one of these scenarios? Because it's already 70% public land.
Right.
It's unlikely. You got part of it's in the checkerboard. But a lot of it's just big block BLM ground. So I don't know whether there would be any landowners that, and a lot of it will resolve around this in the checkerboard, what happens with this lawsuit and all of that corner crossing. But let's assume that that goes away and there's some corner crossing becomes legal. I don't think there's a landowner that would necessarily qualify for these additional access permits. It's mostly public land, especially if you open that. Now, the converse would be is let's say the corner crossing stays as it currently legal is. Then there would be some landowners that say, yeah, I'll take an extra couple permits and I'll give you access to all this public domain. You know, and the checkerboard is its own crazy animal, but under that scenario, there would be several landowners that would be eligible for those additional permits to give you that access to that 1,000 acres of public that's currently landlocked. And so apply the checkerboard test to everything in Wyoming, but then you could potentially eat up all of this.
Every one of them.
Pretty soon, I mean, we're already eating, so the majority of those are going to private landowners now, and 70% public land unit. This could add more landowner licenses in there and less for the draw.
I guess that's what
Yeah,
the
but
next.
that's assuming you don't roll into some kind of landowner draw issue.
And I plan on talking about that next, so.
Yeah, I think, you know, you're still gonna end up with that issue.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to cap that at some point.
Yeah, that's right. Dwayne.
You're answering my question.
So Brian asked me, and I need direction as I rewrite this.
Okay.
And then just let me say one thing. If we can reach some idea on how we allocate areas where landowner licenses are eating everything else up, I think it gets written in here as well. So there's one proposal, so I'll work on that. But so, you know, we talked about the porters. I need direction from the task force. Do we want to? So the $1 million question is, if someone owns a certain acreage and we can decide that acreage, that's a parking lot that provides no real habitat, but they let you in to access 50,000 acres of BLM ground or whatever. I mean, you can make all these ridiculous examples. Should that landowner qualify for a landowner license or not?
Absolutely. You know, it's an incentive for public ground. That's the way I look at it. You know, from my end, and I'm not looking at it personally, I'm looking at it, you're trying to actually get access to public ground. It's no different versus an easement to it. Is you're trading something that he has a value. You get to the public ground, and there's benefit to our particular resident hunters doing that. And to me, I'm all for it. Parking lot, I'm fine. But you got to prove that it accesses something that doesn't have access from somewhere else. And I'm not sure that's all in there, but you know, the 3 accesses into 100,000 acres doesn't necessarily work. But if you've got one of those main access, we've got choke points all along the Big Orange, and a lot of other places that a little bitty parcel may very well.
So the question I have on that, so that's one incentive would be a landowner license. But doesn't the department already have the ability to go in there and financially acquire a temporary or permanent easement across those parking areas?
They do.
And so
Just another tool in the box.
Yeah, I say it's another tool in the toolbox. I don't know how much,
It's not a catch-all.
I don't know how much it'll be used.
I think
What I would
so.
say, put it out there for public comment and see what we get back.
Yeah,
So
I
let
think,
me ask one more question. Does it matter how big the parking lot is?
I don't think so.
It could be 5 acres. So do I get rid of that 160 when I rewrite this?
I think so. Let's just see what it says.
I don't like
See, I mean,
animals. and- Well,
Yeah,
I think as far as that goes on the access, let's see what comes up.
there certainly has to be good access. It's not gonna be.
Yeah, you can't give it to 40
I
acres.
drove to Nesbitt today, they had a pretty good battle in Crown County over access to a stream. That was, truth is, was a 2-track road that went through a backyard. And that was critical access to some people in this county. I'm all in favor. If you can give them the access, that's what it's about.
Mr. Chairman? Yeah. I think it's a good idea, but I think we would have to make sure the department had the say-so.
Absolutely.
That's right.
You know, they'd have to determine whether that particular access
Commission.
should benefit with landowner licenses here.
Yeah.
Because
Commission would have to
otherwise,
establish the type.
if we start putting down the criteria in here, people are gonna try to game that thing. So,
So I just got a comment from somebody who's listening online and said we should add the word reasonable access.
Yeah, that's fair. I
reasonable
think that's what we're
accommodation.
talking about.
Yes.
Yes, is access that's gonna be, give you reasonable room. I mean, yeah, I think that's
An old guy like me can't climb a cliff to get in there. I might try.
I would try not to fall down. And have to come pick me up.
What other direction do you need? Is that,
I think that's good. And I'll wait for what we decide about. What do we do where all the available licenses go to a landowner? I mean, that's an extreme example, but I'll write that in here too, because that belongs in chapter 44 as well.
Well, it's there now. All licenses go. If it's a landowner license issuance exceeds the quota, then it goes to draw.
Yeah, but what do we do in an area where, I'll take my favorite elk area, area 24, we issued 150 licenses this year, but because there are 25 or 26 landowner licenses in that area, I mean, there's almost 50 landowner licenses come out of that quota, so there's only 100 left for regular Joes. What do we do in those areas? Do we cap those at some percentage? I think we do, but that's what we're gonna talk about now.
Area 24. Only 12% landowner life.
Well, how many did they pull out of the ones that
17?
17.
I exaggerated?
What's new?
The other one, the one that's really glare, there's a couple of.
I was acting like Cy.
That's it.
Next is gonna be the butter.
Yeah. So let's go to that. I don't know whether they have lunch out there already or not, but I think we'll just wait and take public comment after we get done with lunch and we start, before we go into, we'll just take public comment at the end today, which will be probably right after lunch. And then we'll go over some agenda things, but so I don't know whether we have enough time to digest this right now, or if we want to just have everybody look at this, but some of the things that I think are interesting is, I just went through and marked, and it's pretty easy to do if you just do the percent landowner licenses, and anything that's kind of close to 20%, so it might be 18% and up. And then I made a mark off to the side if they were over 50% of public land in those areas, and there's about nine antelope areas, 12 deer areas, and really only 6 elk areas that's the case. Now there's 17 areas, they're the non-resident elk. And so where we're seeing, I think there's a problem. I mean, there's the reason we're seeing that is everything we've talked about. People buying pieces of property and carving out those tags to go to take out of that pool. So, I think I'd like to hear everybody's feedback on what your thoughts on there. I think what I look at this issue as, it's not a big deal right now. it is in some areas, maybe a little bit of a big deal. But in the future, as if we don't put a cap on these at some point, especially on these ones that have all this public land, that's those small areas that continue to get carved up, and they're going to take more and more out of them. It's going to, I mean, it's just going to be it's going to be worse in the future. It's going to also be worse if we ever go to more limited quota deer areas. So, you know, I think we have an opportunity to look at this and study it and make some recommendations and move something forward that will help in the future curb this from happening.
So Rusty, what you were thinking then, like 20%, 50%?
Yeah, I was thinking 20%, 50%, that, you know, if you have 50% or more public land in an area, that there shouldn't be more than 20% of the tax. Maybe that's too high. I don't know. I mean, it's not, you know, areas are so different in size too. You know, there's probably some that are twice as big as the others that and have twice as many species of the species, but the numbers are still, this percentages are still the same. So I didn't, you know, that's just going through this very quickly and looking at that.
So, and I think you set some thresholds here, but I'm also cognizant that you need to allow the commission some discretion.
Yeah.
And this is why, because I'll use the example of Area 124 elk. It's only 30% private. 70% of the licenses are currently go there. But what's just as important to that is the distribution of those elk across the landscape. And so if you look at that, there's probably a higher distribution of elk on the public domain than the private domain. So it would even skew that further. So you have eligible landowners, but you got to, and so I think at some point in time, you have to allow those circumstances that you could have a unit where it say, look, it's only 20% landowner licenses, but the land occupied on the landowner licenses is only 10% of the animal or whatever that number is. So I think you got to leave some discretion for those outliers for the commission to be able to take action on them. So whatever that cap is, you know, that we set in there, and I think that's the right direction to head, whatever that number is. But I think you also have to leave some discretionary ability for the commission to deal with those outlying situations.
No, I agree. Yeah.
And I guess I'm just wondering if just this issue, if the subcommittee should not look at this and come back to the group with their recommendation.
And we could do that. We could just kick this to the subcommittee over the next 2 weeks. Maybe we'll meet one time and look through this. And
That
make a
gives
recommendation to bring
everybody
back
the
on.
subcommittee a chance to
Yeah, bring back in 2 weeks, and maybe everybody else can just look at it and say, you know, what am I comfortable with? What's that cap? You know, what, if we're gonna give some discretion to game and fish, at what point are we not giving them discretion? I mean, they have to have some of that direction too. At what point is it too many?
So,
Is 50% of the tags too many?
Mr.
I would say
Chairman,
most people would say yes.
yeah, and so, you know, the original subcommittee, that was the recommendation, is in no instance more than 50% of the permits. And also, you know, the secondary cap is whatever that percentage of public land was. So those were the two ideas that we threw out there. So it's capped by the amount of public land or private land, however converse you want to look at that. But never to exceed more than 15% of the total.
15, you said?
50,
50.
which is a pretty high bar, but right up until you get to eastern Wyoming and you're dealing with antelope, it's 98% private, but
You never.
it's really a non-issue, because they're gonna put them up on second, third. And then they can buy one across the county.
Yeah, I think most of these areas, if you start looking, they're most of them are the ones that have just small amount of tags, you know, they're just a tags issue. And But Area 7 is one of the ones that I marked on here, because no, it's not. It doesn't have public land. Yeah, I didn't mark it on here. So,
I think,
but
Chairman, I think if you start looking at percentages of public land in those areas versus private, it could make a difference.
I think so too. So, okay, so we'll kick that to the subcommittee to come back with on at the next meeting. So I don't see, is lunch out there?
So the other one that was kicked around, and I'm just throwing it out there, that the subcommittee talked about, was the question is, do you treat non-resident landowners exactly the same as, because what you see in some cases, and again, 124L, because we made that split between residents and non-residents. Non-residents come out of that non-resident, so they're taking 70% of the non-resident permits are going to non-resident landowners. And so do you just disregard that proportion or, and I don't know the answer to that question, but that's one that when you look at that, you see a lot of times it's not necessarily the resident landowners that are taking out a lot of those tags. It's the non-resident landowners.
Yeah.
And as part of it's because they get a smaller proportion right off the bat, because assuming it's somewhere around 16% of the quota. But I don't know.
I mean, look at Area 49 in non-resident elk. I mean, they're almost half the tags right now. Or, are non-resident landowners. So,
and I think that's where we're starting to see more and more growth, and it's back to this subdivision of lands for landowner tags. A lot of that's being driven by those non-resident landowners, much more than somebody that really wants to just come in and buy a ranch.
that's right. Dwayne.
But I think another thing we got to take into consideration is this doesn't affect the resident hunter at all. It just affects non-resident licenses. So do you run the risk when you start doing too much to that non-resident landowner and he's in control of a pretty important piece of property, and all of a sudden you say, well, hey, I'm going to start limiting me, I'll start limiting access. I mean, you always run that risk. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's where we have to give the department discretion on some of those things. If that access is driven by a non-resident landowner, I think that's where you have to, we have to do our best job that we can as the department to gain access if we can. So whatever
under that
tools we have.
criteria that we talked about, the same thing would kick in for non-resident landowners.
That's right.
And so, and then under that scenario, those guys go into a drawing situation, right? If it exceeds the percent of public land, so maybe that curtails them up that speculation. I don't know. But they're not guaranteed a tag every year in those scenarios where I don't know. That may be the way to address it. It's just run that cap in those units, because there's going to be a few of them that hit it, and then they're on a rotating tag basis.
So one thing that we need to talk about still today, before we do date selection and public comment, is just getting an update about how the TRW committee meeting went with the moving to weighted bonus points and the mule deer whitetail conversation that was had there. So I think that's important for everybody to be on the same page. And then, so I think we can eat. We'll break for lunch. We'll eat, and then we'll come back and have that discussion. And we'll
30 minutes, Mr. Chairman.
Yep, let's do 30 minutes to eat, and then we'll have that discussion after that.
Public comment.
And then Hicks comes back, we're going to have a conversation about the TRW committee meeting that was just had not too long ago. Yeah. And I would say everybody start pulling up, thinking about what your schedules are gonna be September, October. October's gonna be pretty tough. And
September ain't that easy
and
either.
September's not gonna be easy, so. Okay, so you're up to give us a little update on what happened at TRW.
Well, I was gonna let Joe do it, but I'll just brag on our member Joe. He knocked it out of the park with his presentation. Very methodical, walked through the whole thing, explained all the statistics. There wasn't a single question I recollect. I mean, it was very clean. He did a PowerPoint presentation. Again, it was just an excellent job to present a very complex subject. Use some of the statistics that they run and talk about how all the alternatives that we looked at, from bonus points to random to squared, and walk the committee through that. And so I think that bill will be being drafted. The committee didn't make a formal motion to go ahead. There was no question, so that they're going to go out for public comment on that right now. But I would anticipate at the next TRW committee, they'll go ahead and probably put it out. I haven't talked to the chairman yet for public comment again, and then authorize the bill draft to go ahead and move forward with it. So that went, and so I thought that was going to be the complicated one that would get some pushback. And then, oh my God, in comes the white-tailed mule.
Jesus.
What are you laughing about? One of the culprits. It didn't go well. And it was, in fact, I don't remember, Brian, you were there. I don't remember any testimony from the people, and there was about 8 or 9 people testified against it. And for a lot of the reasons we discussed, there's concerns about not being able to draw on 2 licenses. And I think there was a little bit of an unknown there, but I think a lot of it was, most of the concern was driven around opportunity. There was a perception that it may actually limit opportunity, but there was nobody in favor for it. I don't remember a single public testimony. Like I said, there was about 8 or 9 people, and none of them were in favor.
There was nobody.
They didn't even move anything forward then, they just.
Well, they didn't kill it either. I think it's in the same boat that they're gonna consider it the next meeting. It'll be on the agenda again.
Well, I think that's the biggest thing is that for me, you can't answer that question of, opportunity. Maybe it's a management tool that makes more sense for the department, but as far as letting people send in for both of those is going to definitely make drawing odds harder. I mean, what you can, right now, you got to either put in for a type 1 or a type 3. You can't put in for both. You're going to be putting in for both if it's, and so as we know, everybody's issue is their issue, and so the folks that I would imagine that would stay, that's going to stay fairly consistent with that. And that unless there's a way to address that.
So Rusty, I got a question for Brian on that, because I think that's a foregone conclusion that may not necessarily be true. I don't know that once the commission went through that, so it's a statutory change. The statute's really the non-controversial part. We're just going to distinguish the 2 species. The other side of it is the health department, and they very well may come back and say you can only have 1 limited quota type 1 deer group, and you're going to choose between a whitetail and a mule deer. So I don't know at this point in time, without official commission action, whether it's guaranteed that you're going to be able to apply for whitetail and a mule deer. So I think that's just speculation. Maybe we should try to address that and make a recommendation to the commission, or do we just leave that to the commission? But I think that's part of the concern on one side, and then the other side is what we heard a lot is I would say maybe 20–30% of them's like, I like that flexibility because I don't want to shoot a mule deer, but I'm going to hunt for a mule deer, but I want to kill a deer. And so you're now saying that I don't get a hunt for mule deer, and I have to hunt whitetails, or I get a hunt for whitetails but not mule deer. And I would say the majority of the respondents, and it gets back to the opportunity question, are probably more concerned about the opportunity to hunt, say, a general license with or even a limited quota tag that's either species, with a lot of the respondents saying, look, I want to kill a big mule deer, but I don't want to eat a small one. And in that scenario, I'm going to use that general quote deer tag to go shoot a whitetail. And I think that would characterize the biggest opposition. Would you?
Yeah, I would agree. And it was even there was public testimony of it, and there was even one member of the committee that was kind of like, I'm paraphrasing, putting in this mixed words here, but stop me from killing, because if I have a mule deer license, I'm not going to eat a tag, I'm going to eat a deer. What I would do before is if I didn't kill I think the standard in their family was 150-inch deer, that then I'd go kill a whitetail. But if you guys change this, you're going to force me to have to kill small deer. So, that was one I was a little frustrated with, but
Make pull that trigger.
but then there was another thing too from the public that was interesting, is the concern that this would cause more who flood general areas. There'd be more people hunting general because of the lower drawing odds. Drawing odds went down, that would put more people into general license areas. And general license areas, people that were shooting small.
So, Brian, a question on that. So even if we classify those in statute, it all still comes back to how the department didn't want to structure the season.
Yes.
So to address that concern, you could very well have and I've seen you do this before types and say, look, if you have let's say a mule deer type limited quota type one, or even a mule deer general license, that's also good for whitetail deer for this 2-week period. That's within the ability of the department to do something like that already, isn't it?
It is already today. Or they could say, you're only allowed to apply for one or the other in the first draw, and then after that, you're only eligible to pick up something that's left over for a whitetail.
Yeah. And the only downside is then they have to purchase 2 resident deer licenses. They've got one right now, so whatever that $38 license fee is. But the perception was that, and I'm trying to characterize in some way this was going to have significant limitations on what I would say opportunity to kind of shop around a little bit, and then at the end of the season, go get my whitetail from the freezer. I see Jeff nodding his head back there. Is that an accurate characterization?
Well, that's one.
Yeah.
So I was really scratching my head when you said last meeting we needed a change in the statute. And Larry might have been scratching his head too. Is that built in the standards, or is that absolutely true? I mean, the statute says we can issue deer licenses. Currently, we issue whitetail only licenses. Would you? So why do we need a statutory change to do this? Isn't this already within the wheelhouse of the commission?
Commission does it today, but they don't classify it as a whitetail mule deer license. They say it's a deer license type, whatever, type 3, which means white. Doesn't say white.
Just do that with mule deer. You have a type 22, that's, you can only kill a mule deer. You have a type 23, you can only kill a white. That was why I was scratching my head.
Yeah.
So question on that, Brian, given that there's no distinction, how would you change? I suppose you could go in through commission and do another type for a different license fee for a whitetail.
So actually, that's one of the main reasons
The
it has to be statute, because there's no.
Since it just says deer license is
deer.
X. So you have no flexibility to address the price on
Charge the same fee.
Yeah, but you may not want to. You may want to encourage more people to apply for whitetail permits in the Black Hills. I don't know.
So my question is, really, where do we want to go from here? I mean, is it something that we want to spend a lot of time on, or is it not? And that's, you know, I as long as you guys have the department can manage them separate, they already do. I mean, what helps with the change and splitting it out for management? You know,
This horse walked through the gate. It's in the TRW's hands at this point. There's nothing more that this task force needs to do other than show up to support the recommendation that the task force made at the next meeting, but there's no real continued work by this group.
okay.
We've made a recommendation.
Okay.
When is that next meeting? Is that been set?
End of August. I can't remember exactly the date, but it's towards the end of August.
Chairman's on board.
So Jamie, you're on. You have anything to add?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, the next meeting will be the 29th and 30th in Thermopolis. And both of these pieces of legislation have been advanced to the next meeting. LSO will draft a preference point change, and the mule deer whitetail designation draft is already done. So we will take both those up at our next meeting. So my question to you all is, I'm hearing some reticence on the mule deer whitetail change, designation change. So let me know if this task force is behind that or not.
Well, we already made the recommendation, and so, you know, I don't know that that's, you know, that's been, I guess that's going forward. Whether or not there's active support from it at that meeting, I guess we'll find out. But I do believe you're gonna continue to hear, the committee will continue to hear the things that you heard in the first meeting, and I'm not sure, you know, how do we, you know, do we, or how does this task force want to take an active, you know, really active role on that stance? So I guess.
Well, and Mr. Chairman, I asked simply because Senator Hicks was present, and he was invaluable in the discussion in speaking about the management of, and, you know, the commission. Really, it was just a matter of designating between the two biologically in statute and trying to stay away from the whole management piece. But there was pushback from the general public, and we didn't hear any supportive testimony. So I guess if it's important for the task force, then I think it would be important for some members of the task force to be present to provide testimony other than Senator Hicks.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Mhm.
All right, great. 29th and 30th in Thermopolis of August. So,
I won't be there.
so we really do need to talk about the agendas, or not the agenda, but the schedule in September, October, November, and December, which would be the end of this task force. At least from my knowledge. Unless it's.
That's what the governor reconvened
Yes,
says.
so I guess if everybody could pull their calendar up, and maybe we can put a calendar up of September. Now, September last year was really difficult. I know it's a really difficult time for folks to get together, hunting season. We did not have a meeting in October. October's my hardest month to get away. Just hands down, tough to get away.
So I'll throw out a couple of dates just to get this discussion started. Anything around September 14th, 15th, and 16th.
Perfect.
Game Fish Commission 13, 14,
Where?
Buffalo. I'm close to do something like 15th here.
15, 16.
What about, what if we just do one day?
The 12th would be an early day, but it sounds like. Mary would have to make that.
We got JAC meetings that day.
So what about the 16th? I hate to do it on Friday, but
I'm good.
Good.
Yeah, that's.
What month are we talking?
September.
September 15th.
It's 15 bad, I think. Senator said.
Okay.
15 is
I
good.
could do the
14th, 15th, and 16th, all three of those days work for me in the middle of September.
Yeah, I can't go that week at all. I would have to go the next week.
That
I
will
got a
be.
loose tag.
You did?
Yeah.
So sorry.
They gave it to me because the once in a lifetime was coming up, so they wanted me to get tagged before they.
And it is once in a lifetime, man. Now you're done.
That's my second
We'll miss you, Si.
one. Yeah.
So
You
we'll,
must be so jovial.
all right, so we'll schedule the September 15th, which is,
Good.
so then October, yeah, I don't know that I can make it in October. What about November? So let's skip October and go to November.
Are you skipping it completely or just skipping it for now?
Well, I think let's skip it.
We got a lot of work to do, but
Anything but the 21st. I just have school board meetings on the third Monday. of every month.
17th of November. I throw out.
Are we in November?
Yeah, November.
are we keeping it one day or are we going for two? Because
We're skipping October, we're in June.
Can we do the 17th and 18th?
we got we're commissioners on the 18th, Rusty. Oh, no, I'm in October. Never mind. Sorry.
17th, 18th.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm
All
good.
right, let's do 17th, 18th.
So guys, I hate to rain on the parade. Si's gonna say we'll miss you. I have a transportation commission meeting on the 15th and the 17th.
Oh, God. It's my
We'll miss you.
Why do they do that? Why do they?
They do it it's the last Thursday
They like to fly around the state.
every month. I don't get on the plane. They never invite me.
So, so you might be able to come to the second day.
Yeah, I mean.
But he's gonna miss-
They're one day meetings, so I could do the 16th of September or the 18th
Of November, you're talking?
of November.
Well, he's backing into September because he's gonna miss the September meeting on a Thursday. That's what you're saying as well.
I
aren't
see,
you,
I
Pat?
see.
September 15th.
You said the 16th and 18th. I'm like, why do you have a meeting on one day and then miss a day and then go to the next day?
Guys wanted the same thing.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so
Where are we back to September?
I could do the 16th. I could do November 18th.
well,
I
let's
like November 8th.
let's do
So
November
which month
18th.
are we in?
November.
November,
So we have the 17th and 18th marked down.
what I just wrote down, 17th.
Okay.
18th.
I'll be there for the second.
You'll be there for the second day.
Are we back in September?
Do you
We need to
want?
back up into September.
No, that's November.
Yes, November.
So we're still doing 2 days in November?
November still do 2 days.
September
And-
is the 15th.
And here's what I'm going to say about December is that,
Okay, wait a second.
go ahead.
Tony said we're in September. now.
Oh.
No, I said we were in November, but
Oh, So we're in December now, Rusty?
December.
So far, we've established September 15th, no meeting in October, and 17th and 18th as a 2-day meeting in November to make up for not meeting in October.
Okay.
And why I say, December is, it's not like we can, holding true to what we're doing to be able to send anything out to public comment, that could be our last meeting. I don't know how December, I think we should schedule a day, one day, and do any cleanup work from November. That's what we're gonna have to do. We're not gonna be talking at that point about anything new unless we want to put out, maybe some kind of tasks that are unchecked or are not finished, and in case there's another task force, in case the governor wants to continue it, whether it's the same governor, a new governor, or whatever. And, you know,
December 13th.
okay,
December 13th.
Is that a commissioner day?
Commissioner Day.
Commissioner Day and JAC meetings.
No, that's
no,
not
that's not a commissioner day.
That's the second Tuesday.
It is for us.
You guys on the second Tuesday?
We do 3 Tuesdays, but it's generally not a big deal. If I need to miss it, I can miss it.
So what's the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th look like in December?
7, 8, 9.
The 6 and 7 we meet twice on the first.
You meet twice? Geez.
On Tuesday, Wednesday, and then we meet again on Thursday.
So Brian, does those work for you or not?
I mean,
8th or 9th? Nothing that week?
No, that week's out.
So the 13th doesn't work for you, Larry?
No, I'd say go ahead if it's just me.
14th, is that week after?
14th is good.
14th is good.
14th.
14th works.
JAC meets that whole week, so.
Holy shit.
We're gonna miss you.
All right.
I'll bet you don't.
We should be.
We should be done.
Well, yeah, we're gonna be. Uh,
14th.
Unless you want to roll into the next week.
Getting close to
That's
Christmas.
right before Christmas. I don't know.
That's pretty.
He's a Scrooge. He didn't care about Christmas.
Everybody cares.
All right, let's put it down for the 14th.
I'll try to be on my best behavior any of those days right there.
So
Mr.
December-
Chairman,
December,
Pat, do you want us to back up to September?
Let's just go back to September, right? I really, I mean.
Season opens in 15th of September. I never ask for much.
16th is the only day.
What about
There
the
are
first?
no good days in September.
No, there's not. You're
Adam.
right, Adam. What about the 1st of September? I know that's
Nope.
the first.
No.
Oh, that's.
We did that last
We
year.
did that last time, and nobody showed up except for a couple of them.
Bunch of sheep hunt going on.
Yeah.
All right, so
They dumped on us.
I guess we have the 15th or was the 16th not an option?
What's wrong with the
16th,
19th?
I just changed my stuff on the 16th. That's the only day.
What's wrong with the 19th?
I won't be here.
19.
What's that? What is- what's
Sheep
going
hunt.
on? 19th September is another sheep hunt?
I've got a bunch of, I've got a handful of sheep hunts.
Me and my sharing trains some of your guys.
And I got a school board
Well,
meeting on 19.
So what
19
about
won't
the,
work for
what
me.
about the
I got an
16th?
antelope hunt.
I'm good with 16.
16.
16,
We're gonna
15,
miss you, Si.
16.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right.
How long is it gonna take you to kill a moose?
Let's change it. Let's change it.
Freaking long time.
Let's
Yeah,
change it to
well,
the
You wouldn't be
16th.
here on the 16th if you killed it on the 15th anyways.
Let's change that one to the 16th. Then, and just do one day on the 16th.
I may be able to come in on Zoom from Alpine or something. If I kill a four, do something. Take it to the barn.
Decide, get a bow.
No, I'm gonna shoot a whatever bull gets in my way. I already have a blue carpet on the showers.
Rounds down.
Warriors, it's dead.
All right, so let's just take maybe just 10 minutes here if you guys are all right, and then we'll adjourn. Well, no, we got some public comment to take,
Yep.
sorry. Why don't, I think we have, for the next meeting, we have a day and a half planned, or 2 days planned, but we have some things that are gonna be on the agenda to finish up from this, quite a few things. What other things do we want to put on that agenda?
So I've had conversation with HD Ranch, Josh Longwell. He'd like to be on the agenda for June 7th.
What?
7th or 8th, I guess, the first day.
Would we know what for?
Yeah, grizzly bear. And this has come from him reaching out to Representative Winters and has asked if he could find some time where he could approach a task force.
So anything specific, like, we can't take them off the list.
Damage.
So is it just damage payments?
kind of involved in this thing, so kind of young when it came to me, and he's just having extraordinary problems with grizzly bears on both cattle and sheep running them off the mountain, that kind of thing. I had one of the grizzly bear guys at my horse clinic, and I asked him to get with Luke, supervisor, and give us some information about what they've dealt with, facts, I guess. So we'll try to have that, so that when he makes his presentation, we'll be able to discuss it with him. But I think, you know, it's pretty obvious that he already knows that our hands are tied, you know, as far as delisting is concerned. But I think it was my thought that we shouldn't not hear him. I think squeaking wheel gets the grease, so I think let's hear what his problem is. I think it's a huge problem for him, and you know, there's nothing we can do judge wise or legally wise that way, but I still think it's a good idea to listen to his argument.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
I'm gonna push back. I've listened to Josh Longwell a lot on the Game and Fish Commission. He, quite frankly, makes no sense. He claims the grizzly bears are Wyoming's grizzly bears. He makes all these outlandish claims over which the commission has no discretion. You know, he's attempted to and think of the right adjective. Josh Longwell has attempted to manipulate the damage system, statutory and regulatory damage system that Wyoming has in ways that benefit him. And I understand that, but you know, he's obtained some rulings, and most recently all this stuff was struck down by the Wyoming Supreme Court. But he's obtained some rulings out of arbitration panels that were absolutely inconsistent with the landowners and the grazing associations that followed the rules and were correctly compensated under existing law. So if Josh Longwell wants to come here and make public comment, so be it. I don't think we put him on the agenda. Makes no sense to me. You know, you just said it, Dwayne. The reason why we should not do that is our hands are tied. We can't do anything to help Josh Longwell. And I've got a belly full of listening to him, you know, make rude comments to the Game and Fish Commission and rant about stuff over which we have no control. I don't see why we'd entertain that on the task force.
So we don't have control over anything. Let's be clear. We're a recommended body. My deal and what I've told John Winters that I would certainly support is just personally is the idea of the Game and Fish and or the Game and Fish doing some kind of mortality study with tags just to see what's going on in this place. I think that, you know, that would be something they'd have to work on together, which would be a positive. I think you could find a way for them to work together. But yeah, we don't decide anything.
Mr. Chairman.
Well, Albert, I understand that, but Josh Longwell comes in front of the commission and he wants gas for running his cows up and down the mountain. He wants weight loss. He wants things that just aren't in statute or rule and regulation. He wants compensation for animals that aren't even compensable. You know, the Upper Green River Valley, I'll go home. Albert, the Upper Green River Valley Grazing Association was involved in the process, lives by those rules. I believe is probably not adequately compensated, but you file your claims consistent with those rules and you operate according to the rule of law. Why would this task force, when we have limited resources to do a bunch of important work, listen to Josh Longwell come and rant about grizzly bears and wolves and items over which we have no jurisdiction or control.
Mr.
Even
Chairman,
if we made, if we made a recommendation to the feds, the Fish and Wildlife Service to delist grizzly bears, they're gonna listen to us.
Well, we actually.
We actually
We
did
we
that.
did do that.
We actually did do that. Let's go ahead.
You know,
And they didn't listen.
I agree with, if we want to make a recommendation, or if we want to discuss, grizzly bear damage claims, any other damage claims, I think we do it, and any citizen has the right to make public comment. I don't think we need to open it up to have a private citizen give them a spot on the agenda to air their grievances to this task force. I mean, for anything. I'm not just picking on Josh Longwell. I'm just saying for any of the subjects that we're tackling, everyone has the right at some point in time during the meeting to stand up and make public comment, and Mr. Longwell would have that same opportunity. Do we want to talk about grizzly bear damage, grizzly bear claims? That's an issue for the task force to decide.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
I would say this is not a topic that this task force decided to take up a year ago. This is out of our purview, and I think taking it up at this point in time, I think would just diminish the work that we still have before us.
Appreciate that.
We speak on public comment.
Yeah.
Just, I don't know, we're all frustrated with the grizzly bear. I think the more I think we can put that frustration out in front of the public, I don't think it's a bad idea. I think we just got up front, and if it's important, I don't think we should, blow smoke with Mr. Longwell. I mean, we just need to tell him, but maybe there is an opportunity here, doing a study with the university or something to further the problem that this state has. I think public needs to know that Game and Fish, those grizzly bear guys are 24/7. They're on call all the time, and they're busier than heck. I mean, they're doing everything they can to try to mitigate this problem. But I think the more we keep it out there, the squeaking wheel gets the grease. So
Dwayne, Mr. Chairman, Wyoming knows that the grizzly, there's more known about the grizzly bear than any other species on the face of the earth. Let that register. Because we've studied them since 1973. We have the best large carnivore expert in the world working for the Game and Fish Department. They've heard all this, 6 different times in my experience, and I know what's going on since I left the commission. Josh Longwell is frustrated, and I understand that. I'd be frustrated if I were in his shoes. But to have him come here and waste the important time of this task force when we have important issues just to rant and bitch about the grizzly bear does no one any good. And so, if he wants to come give public comment, let him do that. I don't think we give him space on our agenda and distract us from important work.
I think one of the first things we did was write a letter about the grizzly bear. It's one of the things that we can tell him that. I actually don't know him personally, so, but we can tell him that what we thought we could do for the time that we put towards grizzly bear, we did that in the first couple meetings. And I don't know that it wasn't on, as far as being effective, it's not effective use of the time that for us to actually get something done. And I think we all feel the same way about the grizzly. We want to manage it. We just can't, for what we were directed to do, it's just not in our purview because we know we can't do anything more than what we already did. And I know it's frustrating. It's frustrating for everybody, but we have to look at what the task force and the time can be, how can we use our time the best? And, if you put him, even if we put him on for 10 minutes, it might go an hour. And that's, you know, I mean, and so I just feel like the task force is, I just feel like he can come and make public comment, and we need to forward that letter on to him that we sent. I don't know that I'll make him feel any better, but I think giving him time on the agenda is certainly doesn't seem like it's favorable. So.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
Mr. Longo will stand up in front of the commission and he'd say, almost always lead off with this, I know you can't do anything for me, I know what you're gonna do. Hour later. And one of us would make a motion to recommend that the commission adopt the department's recommendation. We've always compensated for what's compensable under the statute and the rules, but once a year, we have an hour's worth of information followed by, I know you can't do anything for me, and I know what you're gonna do. I don't want to waste another hour.
So other things on the agenda, I don't know whether we have, when we talk about access and we talk about habitat, I'm not sure how to tackle those two issues on the agenda, other than put them on the agenda, and just, open it up. I need some guidance on that, but probably those will be on the agenda next time. And then I do want to bring up the fishing. Do we have that fishing guide issue on some of the rivers in Wyoming? We need to address that now. We need to start putting some of these things on the agenda to get them out there.
What are we gonna do about access? What type of recommendation or change could we make that isn't already being done or isn't part of the process already? I don't understand.
I think that's a great question.
Part of already with the access program, whatever, put some emphasis on access. I don't know what we want. Somebody can tell me, I'm just not sure what more we could do other than just making it one of emphasis.
We could revisit the conversation about leveraging tags like we had in the past, but that was shot down rather quickly. So.
Yeah, I think Adam, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but anytime we talk about transferable tags, it just doesn't seem to get a lot of legs, and
well, and I don't know that it gets a lot of legs from, I guess, and it depends on what side of the coin you're coming at this argument from. When I hear we can't have that conversation because it potentially infringes upon property rights, but it's an elective to allow someone to pursue that, we haven't really had that conversation. We've already determined we're not going to leverage the original 2 landowner licenses. We're going to leave those alone regardless and leave the burden of proof for eligibility on that landowner. But we haven't explored what that might look like to open up some of these larger landlocked parcels with, and maybe we do with the 160, that we spoke about earlier today. Maybe that's where an access conversation comes into play. But without totally revamping either access, yes, and making it a competitive environment as compared to outfitting leases rather, we're flying blind for the most part.
Well, it sounds like we need to put it on the agenda to talk about more. Then, maybe that's one of the.
So, Mr. Chairman, if we're gonna do that, I had a conversation with Nick Dobrik. I don't know if you guys know Nick, but there's a federal piece of legislation that passed, and I think our congressional delegation was either co-sponsored, they certainly voted, called the MAP Act. And he had talked to me about doing something here in Wyoming. So basically what it's just doing is it's digitizing where you have public access. And so right now it's scattered all over the place, and you may or may not know. So we take game and fish easements, state park easements, all these different easements, county easements. And it's just it would take a little effort by the state of Wyoming to go in there. But if we're going to actually talk about access, I would suggest, at least on that issue, is maybe having him come and give us a little bit of update of what federal act does and then how he'd like to see that. I think it's a good idea. The question is who, you know, you're probably gonna have to utilize University of Wyoming, GIS stuff, and then where's that housed and some of that stuff. But if for no other reason to get the topic out there is if the feds are gonna do this, maybe the state ought to have a digitized base where we retain the state and the counties and all the subdivisions where there is public access across private lands or, you know, where are all the easements? And, you know, you could just get onto the digitized map and look at that up in your area. You know, so I'm just suggesting that if we bring the easement thing in, maybe invite Nick to give a 30-minute update on that.
You have his contact. I do. All right. Okay. And as far as Pete's question about habitat, I have no idea. I just know it's when we talk about the best thing we can do for bringing animals back and numbers up, it's habitat. Well, I know that the action we took on the Wyoming Wildlife Trust Fund, you know, was great. But now what? You know,
He
now
said it access, right?
well,
Well, I
habitat
think
and
there's a
access.
lot of things to talk about habitat.
I think there is.
How do we incentivize ranchers, private landowners to create better habitat? How do we create better habitat on public lands? I mean,
Good luck with that.
how do you convince the BLM or the Forest or BLM primarily to do some controlled burns and get rid of decadent sagebrush and mountain mahogany and improve habitat? I mean, at least we ought to have that discussion.
Well, and for no other reason, you know, I mean, when you look at 48% of lands controlled by the federal government, we don't have that much. Particularly our national forests are almost, for the most part, hands-off active management zone of any scale. You know, they'll prescribe a 1 acre solution to a 1 million acre problem. It doesn't get us anywhere, but I think there's some things, particularly when it comes to habitat, that we're running into, and Ryan had a chance to visit with you this. But even within your shop, there's some regulatory impediments to sage grouse that are impeding the ability to do mule deer. That's all back to the density dependent calculation on disturbance and what is disturbance, how long. And we're running into that in our area and actually looking at mule deer treatments and then running into this regulatory barrier with our own habitat protection folks and Cheyenne with sage grouse. And it's come up on several instances. I know at that Bags Mule Deer area down there, we're running into some real walls that are self-imposed. So how do we navigate that habitat issue? But you got competing species and, you know, some of them may just be manpower.
And a lot of that's the executive. We have to impose on ourselves the same restrictions we impose on anybody else that's going to create a disturbance.
How do you fund that stuff? Right now, the sportsmen, everything they do likely totally funded off sportsmen's backs, which is okay to me as a sportsman, but what other sources of revenue are they tapping? Yeah.
I think that's, so I mean,
Actually, Bill Gates, Bill Bassett, Bill Gates, and this sells licenses and it generates. And that was part of what I did when we went in here is Northeast Wyoming issued in excess of 10,000 non-resident bureau. $400, $4 million. Now we're down to less than 2,000. So it's sportsmen, but it's also developed around those that are providing the habitat and doing it, the willingness to it. So there's a trade-off. And that's been one of the things that I think that the department should look at is different areas where they have damage, they kill the game rather than paying damage to do it. And I get that it's a bad word for damage, but it's when you sit down and you weigh it out, sometimes maybe you want to expand the game bird and it requires, and that's something you can do habitat wise. If you're in a drought, does it pay to have down by the quit chasing animals around and go ahead and basically doing some stuff through the winter, and those are really hard things to do, because goes back to the same tenant we've had with this. You're paying a landowner to provide, it's no different buying elk on the rest, or hay on the rest. But some of those approaches, I think, are smart, because it really is, as your license sales go up, we can get you another 30,000 animal licenses. Assuming there's someone in line to pay for them full price. I think that's part of where you're at, and then you can afford that. It's structured, yeah, it's paid for by sportsmen. But the ability to increase that number comes up real often off the right around just come to it matter. And I encourage them to do plant. And maybe if there, you should encourage them either not plant something that draws in, or encourage them to plant something because you really want to develop. But I think you got to get outside of the box.
So when maybe we'll discuss maybe how we can put something together on that.
Yeah, I mean, we could literally just give the background, scope and scale of what's done today. We could do a pretty good presentation on that, and then maybe talk about some of the hurdles, like Larry was talking about, some of the impediments, both state and federal. And then, there's something that probably would be worthy, I don't know, Albert thinks he was there to hear a lot of this, maybe of talking about the pilot that's going on in Cody using federal money to do habitat leasing. It's essentially, paying landowners to not subdivide, but not through perpetual easements, through shorter term leases and the.
Well, Mr. Chairman, there's one other licensing issue out there that we, and I don't know if there's any, we should committee to look at this, but it's something that's come up in several different forms and fashion in the legislature, and that's allocation and distribution of legislative directed licenses. So part of that's commissioner's licenses, governor's licenses, buckskin hunt, the one-shot pronghorn, the women's foundation. You start adding all those up,
I actually told,
it's a lot of licenses.
yeah, and I appreciate you bringing that up, Senator Hicks, because when I testified multiple times on the 90-10 bill that was passed already, they called them set aside licenses and the King's deer, and we heard all about that kind of stuff. I did tell Representative Jennings that we would put this on the agenda, and so that is on my radar, and I appreciate you bringing it up. We need to talk about that.
Yeah, so I don't know how far out there you want to go into all of these legislatively directed license allocations. Because you could also, if you want to take that to the next extension, I mean, in my time, we've done it for veterans, we've done it for, we've expanded this pool. And then we've also keep running into this issue of commissioners' licenses. Ended up piling into one area, and how do you equitably look at a distribution and then don't overwhelm, with commissioners and governors tags and some of these really, I mean, the number of horror stories out there is, but they're out there associated with commissioners and governors.
Well, I think it's important because I actually, Josh helped me a lot on the governor's tags and how that money's used and all that. I wasn't aware of all the specifics on that. So I learned a lot on that in that conversation. And so maybe just having a little presentation on what are all of those set aside, what was considered a set aside license. Let's just look and see what they are, how they're distributed. What does that money normally go to, or what are the parameters that those are used when they're given out? Say for example, commissioner tags, and so that we have that conversation. I think that's fair. So
Too much of a good thing sometimes can be too much of a good thing. And I can give you several examples in our area. Even these landowner tags that are donated to. I'm not saying that there's not some really deserving, but we have had a number of vets that qualify for those. It's an expectation at this point in time. They've got in bed with the landowner and they're going elk hunting every year. Like they know next year and the next year and the next year and the next year. It's become, in certain cases, more of an entitlement license than it has what I think it was really intended to do. So, and I don't know if you want to include those, that's another, set aside program. And I think those are very, very isolated cases. But I'm aware of at least 2 or 3 instances where we're dealing with this in our area. And it's getting really frustrating. Again, we want to honor those vets and those wounded vets, but when a guy's been there 15 years in a row, because you've got a very personal relationship with landowner, is that really what we were intended to do, is make an annual program out of this versus something that's, so anyway, it's just out there.
Fair enough. All right, I guess at this time, we probably have enough to get through the next meeting.
Careful with your S.
Yeah, I know. All right, so we'll go into some public comment. I don't know whether we have anybody online, but, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Next meeting,
Yeah.
just looking at the calendar, it looks to me like we're really running up against some really tight dates to try to get some subcommittee work done before that next meeting. And one of the things I talked to you a little bit about, I talked to Joe about too, was we have 2 days scheduled. Pretty much everybody here is on the subcommittee and needs to get a report together before the next meeting. What would be the thought process of taking that first day of that next 2 days and set that aside for subcommittee work, and then have a big joint meeting the second day? Because we're out of time. I don't know how everybody else is counting, but between now and June 8th, there's nothing there.
It's tough for me too. So, but here's what I would say is that we plan that first day, and that one of the problems with, you and I talked about this, is with that subcommittee work and whatever, is it's really difficult to do that in this setting because we can't video it. We can't, we'd have to have all these breakouts rooms and all that. But what we could do is we could convene the meeting for the subcommittees at 8 o'clock in the morning, and we could convene this meeting at 10 o'clock. Take 2 hours for subcommittee work to work that day, that morning. And, and then start our meeting at 10 o'clock, something like that.
Or noon.
That subcommittee that we're gonna work on, that Larry's recently joined, it's kind of the meat and bones of finishing a lot of loose ends.
It is.
And I know when we've had other subcommittee meetings, by Zoom or whatever, they're really inadequate compared to face-to-face. And that interchange, what's going to happen in that next meeting is going to be very serious. And then,
And to add to that, I think sometimes we need expertise for some of these questions, whether from Brian or, the rest of the staff, Joe, Todd, a whole bunch. So if we did that format, I'm assuming they're going to be here anyway.
Right, yeah.
But it would be nice to have access to the staff.
we need it.
Our schedule doesn't work, guys. The grand accommodation doesn't play out until November. So if you have subcommittee work, I suggest you do it. And then I just have to do this for Jennifer. Have you noticed every one of us, when we want to have credibility, when we're making an argument, we say, I talked to Jennifer. That's how valued she is to this task force in the department.
That 20, I slipped her a little earlier.
No, I wanted to make sure she had my sportsman's ID number.
So,
Well, I have to tell a story. And I'm gonna
Okay.
brag on Jennifer. So the other day I was entering in some applications for some permits and I screwed it up and had to call Cheyenne. They're like, oh, we don't know what's going on here. We'll have to go talk to the licensing divisions. And who came to the rescue? Jennifer. Of course.
So let's schedule, I mean, we're gonna, for everybody's schedule, let's plan on 8 o'clock the first day and the second day. We'll get with Brian and see what we think, but there may not be any time at all side to meet between now and then. But if you can do, but I think we'll try to carve off at least half the morning for the subcommittee work.
I think that's a great idea.
And so, yeah, I mean, if we can go 2.5 hours even or something, and then come back in at 10:30, work through a little bit of stuff, and then come back afterwards.
Well, you see what, we had a pretty intense meeting this time, and here we are at 2 o'clock on
Yeah.
the second day, and we're able to break free. I don't know why the second day of the next meeting. Stack it.
We can stack it in. Yeah, no, we can. So we can. So, okay. All right. Well, we'll work through that. Josh and I will work through that with Brian. Just plan both days, and we'll, if you can do some committee, some subcommittee work, great. If not, we'll schedule some in also. I think that's probably pretty important. Either that, or we're going to do the subcommittee work is with a larger subcommittee of 18. Anyway. It's not. So, yeah. So, okay. Mike is got public comment. Mike Daly. Then we have a couple folks online too. So we have Rob and Wyatt.
Thank you guys for having me up here. My name is Mike Daly. I'm an outfitter in the Girl Fair and I'm the first concession in Yellowstone Park. I'm from Gardner, Montana, and lived in the wilderness sky all my life. I want to start out by saying that I absolutely love Wyoming. Cody for sure. I love how Wyoming folks cherish the Western culture and embrace their cowboys and their outfitters. I have several family members that outfit in Montana. I've been outfitting my whole life. My family, we kill probably 100 bull elk a year between our respective operations. In my opinion, point systems start out really good, but as a faithful holder of 22 Montana sheep points, I begin to lose my faith in the point system. I don't think points are the right way to go. With points, you get point creep. And it does not bode well for clients who want to hunt the same outfit year in or year out, or on somewhat of a regular basis once this point creep comes in. Montana's added these points to their outfitter deal. My cousin just got his drop 2 weeks ago. He's already worried if he's going to have enough points to fill his deal next year. If Montana legislature is going to show up at the last minute like they've done, because we have a pro sportsman, pro outfitter governor is going to come in and save the day again at the last minute. Like Justin has had the same 25 to 30 hunters for 20 plus years on this place he has in Montana. He doesn't have a big pool of guys to go fill this up going forward. So I'm a newcomer to Wyoming outfitting, and I avoided coming to Wyoming when I was younger, simply because of the fact that you had to overbook a camp to fill it. I do know this, allocating license to us is not welfare. Our clients by far keep local resident tags cheap and reasonably cost in Montana and Wyoming. I have one client that from 2017 to 2020 spent $165,000 in Cody and the adjacent area. He has not spent a dime since 2020 for one reason alone, and that is because he cannot draw a tag. He's playing the point game, he's trying, but he's willing to spend his money in Cody if he can come hunting here, but he's not going to spend his money here if he can't come hunting. I realize residents have a voice. I mean, guys that have been in these deals a long time in the community, they brought some serious money in town. I mean, I can't imagine. 30 years that he's been Cody, how much money he's brought to Cody. Quite scary to death. So I go to a few shows, get my hunters. I use consultants. I use everything at my availability to try to find guys. And I go to a show, none of this is cheap. I go to a show and I'm visiting with guys and they're like, oh yeah, we'd love to come down, we'd love to come hunt the wilderness, what's it take? And you say, well, you know, you're gonna need 3 or 4 points minimum. 3 or 4 elk points, come to the third. 80% of the guys turn around, they walk right out the door. Maybe they weren't serious anyhow, but they're gone. And then you get this other bunch of guys that comes and visits with you at the show and says, you know, I got 5 or 6 points, but I'm not gonna poo them away on a general tag. Hell, I'm gonna go for a limited quota area. This poor guy doesn't have a clue that he's gonna be the rest of his life 2 points, 4 points, 5 points behind us. He's never gonna catch it, but he's never gonna come with a general tag because, well, there's a general tag. They're in a no man's land point wise. So I also want to say, you know, our wilderness hunters are a special bunch. They don't want to lodge hunt and a comfy seat on the side by side. They want adventure. They don't want fences. They want the ability to ride as far as they can and back in the day hunting. They want to hunt like Roosevelt, Buffalo Bill Cody did. They want to see wild grizzlies and hunt wild elk. And their window of opportunity is smaller than that for a front country guy because of the physical and financial implications of hunting here. And the bottom line is they want to hunt. They don't want to gather points. They don't want to sit at home and they don't want to go someplace else. They want to come to the thoroughfare. They love the wildness of our wilderness. And if allowed to participate, will spend every dime to support it and defend it. Wilderness very existence. These thoroughfare wilderness hunters, they're not even taking opportunity away from Wyoming residents. There's very few Wyoming residents show up in the thoroughfare. I can't speak for anyplace else, because I don't go anyplace else. I'm new to Wyoming. Owning a wilderness camp with good hunting has been my life's ambition. I love the thoroughfare. I have some serious roots here. My son's ashes are on his favorite glasses spot above my camp. Everything I have is on the line here. I am all in. As an outsider looking in, I see a state with the best wolf and big game management in the West. I urge you to figure out how to manage this license situation to benefit a healthy outfitting and hunting heritage for everybody involved. Thank you for your time.
Anybody have any questions for Mike? Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
Okay, Rob's next.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you, Rob.
I want to thank the task force for hearing me today, Mr. Chairman. I just want to give a few thoughts on my ideas for a grand compromise and also speak just a little bit about shed hunting. Just in terms of a grand compromise, as we've been making the argument for 4 years now for 90-10, we've made the argument, how come these other states treat their resident hunters better than Wyoming treats us? And as I think about the outfitters, I also wonder how come Idaho, New Mexico, and Alaska treat their outfitters than Wyoming better than Wyoming treats our outfitters. And so from the get-go, we've always wanted to have a compromise and have never been against an outfitter draw. And so for my ideas or thoughts on a grand compromise, 50% outfitter special draw up from 40%, which Cy presented earlier. And also an outfitter requirement for the big 5 species. This is what Alaska does for grizzly bear and goat and sheep in Alaska. And I think that we could do that for the big 5 species here in Wyoming. So a non-resident hunter who drew a sheep tag, we need to hire an outfitter. Regionalized non-resident general elk tags, but keep the 7250 cap. As a resident hunter, I just don't trust right now the department to address the concerns of overcrowding in the western parts of the state when it comes to non-resident hunters. Understand that when I hunt these resident areas where I live, it's not just us locals are there. I see a lot of resident hunters from the eastern part of the state. So a lot of eastern Wyoming hunters are coming over here. already. 90-10 tag allocation for deer, elk, antelope for all limited quota tags. 24-hour resident hunter head start for leftover tags. And a 3-year resident hunter waiting period after successful draw for hard to draw type 1 tags. And I guess I would go along with Senator Hicks and 33% or less drawing odds for that. So that's just a general outline I'd have present for the subcommittee to look at for the grand compromise. And concerning shed hunting, we're in favor of some type of permitting or licensing system for shed hunting. I agree with Representative Summers. I see this out my backyard. It's crazy over here in the western part of the state. I would say that in Utah requires for all shed hunters there to take an online shed hunting ethics course. And what I think that does for Utah is it gives them a name and some type of knowledge about the numbers of people who are actually doing the shed hunting. If I understand from the discussion earlier, there's some legal question of whether or not Wyoming can regulate shed hunting. But something like Utah is doing now would at least give us some idea of the numbers of the people who are actually doing shed hunting and where they're coming from. And that's all I have. If there are any questions.
Anybody have any questions for Rob?
No.
Okay, thank you, Rob. Appreciate it. Wyatt's up next.
Hey everyone, can you hear me?
Yep, Wyatt.
Awesome. The discussion of percent private land in an area determined landowner tags keeps kind of stirring in discussion considerations and as justification for deciding the potential cap. But I think that should be completely thrown out. We could have one ranch that accounts for nearly all of the 30% private lands in an area, but they get 2 tags. Why should all the land they contribute leverage tags for the rest of the small parcels? The small insignificant parcels could claim 80% of the landowner tags while contributing 5% of the private lands. That kind of keeps stirring. It's not really written into you guys' current recommendation that you draft in, but I mean, that's kind of the justification that's keep getting thrown out there. The next topic, outfitters won't support the 90-10 unless they see their set-asides. I'd say maybe that's perfect, you know, consider the no action alternative here. Maybe the grand compromise is to leave it as it is. Making a good decision doesn't mean you have to make changes. As Adam said, 90-10 would increase odds by potentially almost nothing in some areas. And I'd say probably less than 5% in most of the areas. The bad thing is perception. Just as residents perceive a benefit from 90-10, non-residents perceive a massive detriment to their passions. I've seen out-of-state license plates moving into the new homes around Buffalo with their hunting decals all over the trucks, social media sites where all sorts of new residents are looking for info on their posts, and social media posts saying if they lose tags and opportunity, they'll be moving into Wyoming. And I don't see that not happening. It won't take too many additional residents to counteract what was accomplished by 90-10 in the draw odds. But now we have those additional people in our hiking trails, in our fishing holes, walking our shed hunting spots the rest of the year. Plus, they'll need to build a house and take additional habitat away. Is a measly, possibly temporary increase in draw odds worth what we may stand to lose if we prompt an immigration to Wyoming? I guarantee those non-residents are every bit or more aggressive about gaining hunt opportunity as those people pushing for 90-10. So my vote is to keep them happy where they're at, hunting here and heading on home afterwards. The idea of 90-10 seems really good, and I don't want to be in full opposition of it, but I think it might just be that the juice ain't worth the squeeze on that one. With the outfitter license pool, I don't like that we'd be forcing a demand. If people want a guided hunt, the demand exists for that service. If people start trending more toward DIY hunts, who are we or you or anyone to tell them that 40% must use a guided service? Why is it only the outfitters standing up telling us all of the services the hunters need rather than the hunter? We should not force any segment of the hunting pool to use a guide service. Looking at this from a ground up hunter standpoint, it seems as absurd as setting aside a pool of tags for road hunters or one for backcountry hunters. Simply speaking, we're setting aside a pool of tags for people that prefer to hunt a certain way. The outfitter industry has and should exist due to demand for it. The idea of welfare has nothing to do with sitting on a couch, not working. We know you guys work hard. It's the idea that their existence isn't sustainable and must be sustained by external measures. I'm not saying outfitting isn't self-sustaining, but I am saying it shouldn't be supplemented by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. So yeah, thank you all for comments. I'd take questions if you have any, but.
Anybody have any questions for Wyatt? Hey Wyatt, thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Thank you all so much.
Okay, there's nothing else to come before the task force. Brian, you have anything? I want to thank the staff again so much for all the time you guys put towards this task force and us individually. Thanks all of the people that showed up to come and watch online and in person. So everybody travel safe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.